Yo, how's it going, everyone? We're back with more D&D, like the last 2 weeks that we did. Hey, Yuki! $11? How could you? Nah, that's a high roll. Instantly, wow. Ow! Why the frying pan? I did nothing wrong. Because you critted me again? So our money roll is the D&D roll, huh? Roll to hit. Let me transfer it instantly then. But how are you today? What are you up to? Transfer a whole $11. There we go. Today, me and the boys finished Kamen Rider Kiva. Ooh. Were you watching together? Were you having like movie night? And was it through like online, like screen share, or were you sitting on the couch together? Like, I feel like people don't do that anymore most of the time, right? Where you physically visit a friend and then go watch a movie together. Usually it's screen share these days, right? Yeah, well, in their time is night time. Meanwhile, for me, it is the day. Oh, okay. So they're also living far away then, in a different time zone. Okay, that makes more sense then. Of course, it's on Discord. What do you think? Going to my place while they're... Oh, America. Okay, yeah. That's a totally different thing if they're in America. I can understand that. I should change that question of the stream. Where is it? Where's our question? I am actually more interested in the ores. No, how do you call it? It's not ore, it is minerals. Minerals. Ores, Gundanium. And let me guess, you're gonna make some sort of giant golem made of Gundanium, right? And then you're gonna use magical circuitry to move it around and hollow out its chest. So you have a magical control system in the center, right? And then you can sit in it and pilot it. Right, and then you're gonna give it different types of spells on its arms, like Flame Blade or Fireball, right? You know me all too well. Of course. But what I was working on last week is I gave all the towns that I made, I gave them, where is it? Where is my town properties? So we have a size of the town, we have an architectural style of the town, we know if it's under control of a kingdom or not, or if it's like free folk. We know the ruling type, so it could be a monarchy or a feudal lord or a mayor, that sort of stuff. There is now an official title for each leader. Well, in some towns they might be called like a mayor. In another town they might be called a Night Lord, or a Storm Marshal, or a Fleet Lord, or maybe a Bright Seer, or a Flame Keeper. Of course I had to add Flame Keeper, but... or Arch Magus, depending on what the town finds important, or what type of leadership role there is, right? A super strong golem that can destroy anything on sight. Can't too big, can't fit in a cave. No, you're just gonna make the cave bigger by repeatedly sending earthquakes into it, right? Oh, wait, you can just collapse a cave. Probably. Hello, Dungeon Master. I am here to announce that I will utilize saw-like traps as artificer. Saw-like traps? What do you mean saw-like traps? You mean just a bear trap? Collapse a cave, that will be a good choice. Yeah, rocks fall, but then for the enemy NPCs. But to finish my thought, so every village and city also has an economic focus, a strategic importance, cultural influence. It has a climate, or surrounding climates pretty much. And then there is also resource and materia, which I didn't do yet, or like didn't complete yet. At the moment I do have a list of resources and products, but let's see, where is it? There it is. I got botanica, which is plants. So there might be a plant where if you eat it, you gain advantage against being charmed for 2 hours. Like, I want to play a game, Saw, yes. Why are you so insistent on being like some maniacal evil? I mean, aren't you just gonna out yourself in like 1 or 2 sessions and then you're gonna get jailed and taken out of the campaign at that point? Because it's fun. Yeah, but if there's a definitely like normal city setting where there's obviously guards and knights and whatnot and organized crime and whatnot, if you step on someone's toes and you're still low level, they're definitely gonna get back at you. You're not strong enough to oppose that. At that point, you just have to run. Don't worry, it's mostly for foes, not clients. All right. Just figure I'd say that, right? Because I noticed that you're talking a lot in like, oh, I'm gonna do this, or I'm gonna do this, right? Instead of the asking of like, hey, would it be okay if I did this or this, right? One is like, oh, I'm gonna do it, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. And the other one is like asking like, hey, are these kind of actions acceptable within the campaign, or would that disrupt anything? John is really trying to be evil, but in reality, he will just do good stuff instead of bad. For example, poisoning a pond to kill the villagers instead of kill the monsters inside the pond. Yeah, but at that point, you're gonna lose access to a village, and since it's a hex crawl, that will really badly affect you, because you don't have a resting point in village anymore. It would just be a ruin with dead people, right? You won't have access to the blacksmith, you won't have access to the herb, or the alchemist, or the inn, because there's no food, there's nothing alive, right, if they're poisoned. I'm totally willing to, like, make a town go extinct, but that also means that if you're ever in the region again, you won't have a resting point, so you're all on your own. If your weapons break, if your armor breaks or need repairs, if you need help, you're gonna have to travel further just to get those services again. Because in that town, everyone's dead. I'm totally okay with like permanently removing stuff. You know how Dark Souls goes, right? If you attack that NPC and that NPC dies, they're just dead. They're not gonna respawn. They don't have invincibility. If you kill them, they're dead. This is what ends up actually. I'm basically gonna play a character that wants to be evil but keeps making things better instead of worse. Oh, okay. I personally feel that the characters that are lawful evil are best played like lawyers. Or some grand scheming person that wants to take over the world. So, do you remember Eggman? Eggman in Sonic is usually a bad guy, right? He wants to take over the world. But that's his thing. He wants to take over the world. So if there's a threat that might destroy the world, then he might still help Sonic to defeat that greater evil to save the world. Because if there is no world, because it's destroyed, then he can't conquer the world, right? Then he can't become the ruler. So that's how usually a lawful evil, I feel, is played correctly, where you can say like, hey, I'm maybe lawful evil, my methods are questionable, perhaps they don't have a moral compass, but I won't go out of my way to make things painful or annoying or whatever. I'm just gonna bide my time, help the party, destroy the big evil, so the world is saved, and after the world is saved, maybe 5 years later, I'm gonna take control of the world. Something like that. Lawful evil character to use as example, Emperor Palpatine. Yeah, Emperor Palpatine isn't really active as far, like, I'm not like a pro in Star Wars lore, but he's mostly working from the shadows, right? He's letting other people fight for him. I think my intentions would be easier to know when we do set. Yeah, definitely session 0. We need that. Let's see. I'm not gonna go out of my way to be evil to neutral parties. Yeah, but it's also that. Ghana! Oh my god, Ghana, how you doing? Thanks for the raid. Hello everyone. How's your day been? You were playing Final Fantasy 14. Ooh, nice. How far did you get? What did you do? Don't mind my clothing. I'm definitely not a cultist inside a cave planning out world domination in a world that I just created in Dungeons and Dragons. About to do the 6.2 trial. Oh, I am still stuck in Stormblood. Doing post Endwalker. Oh, so without spoiling too much, what did you think about the ending of like Endwalker? Did you enjoy it? What the fuck is it? Black market looking sheep, bro. hey. I'm the dungeon master. I'm trying to make stuff. Definitely not a cult leader. I met my canonical daughter. Your canonical daughter? Really? Ow! Why the frying pan? I did nothing wrong. I'm innocent. Just ban Jinn. Yeah. So a while back, I got this GIF model or PNG model made specifically for D&D. And since I'm also doing the prep work for D&D, I might as well use it while streaming, right? I was just going over what I already added to the world, and I still have to do the placement of the resources or find a way how to add those things to the world. So one thing I could do is make resources regional, so certain resources are only accessible in certain regions, right? Wait. If you're gonna be evil, adopt a mindset of how to manipulate. Oh yeah, definitely manipulators and deceivers think the best villains are the ones who conceal their true motives or allegiances. Yeah. Or maybe you're like lawful evil in a sense that you just want a challenge, like a certain Xenos, right? Like, oh, you want them to be angry, you want to grow the party strong, so one day you have a worthy challenge, right? You're helping the party become strong because you want to fight them at the end. Wait, isn't that Hisoka from Hunter x Hunter? If you think about it. Kana is now a mother. Also, do you know what day tomorrow is? What day tomorrow is? For me, tomorrow would be the 11th of May. Are we talking about the same day? I'll be fighting the harder version of Garuda next time. The harder version of Garuda. Wait, is that Garuda from Final Fantasy 16 then? But yeah, I totally forgot my introductions. I am Jinzou Jinn. Normally I'm a bartender in a cyberpunk world, but specifically for D&D, I'm dressed up as a, well, cultist kind of DM, because that's the clothing you usually go with, right? And yeah, I also do 3D modeling. Although I haven't really done much lately because I'm working very hard on D&D stuff. Aha, he admitted he is a cult. No, I'm just dressed up as a cultist, right? Yeah, this is my disguise to enter this forbidden place, so I can blend into the cult that's walking around, right? It's definitely not me. I'm also definitely not planning the demise of the world that I'm making. But yeah, so about that roll table as well, I was also thinking, like, should I make it regional so that every time you go into a hex tile and you do prospecting, that you can do rolls, and depending on how high you roll, you might find something interesting or not. And the other one would just be that it's part of the loot table, I guess, if you go into a cave or a mine, that you can find some. I play neutral evil most of the time, and I've played NE in a group mostly of NGs. Okay, you were neutral evil, I think. Neutral evil in a group of mostly neutral good, and they never found out it was neutral evil. Yeah, see, because people always think that evil is like this grand design as well, but sometimes you can also just have a very wrong moral compass, right? Like, oh sure, I'm willing to save these villagers if you pay me enough. If you write over the deed to your lands in a similar way where you could have like a bad lord, right? You know the Harlequins in 40k Jinn? I play characters like that. I do it because it would be funny and interesting. But aren't you just being then... Isn't that more chaotic neutral then? If it's funny and interesting, isn't that chaotic neutral? Which is kind of the opposite of lawful evil. Chaotic good if it's for a reason. Yeah, chaotic good is more like the Robin Hood character, right? Like, oh, you might not be abiding by the laws, you might be breaking them, but you're doing it for a good deed, like you're helping the townsfolk or something. Lawful evil if there's a method to the madness. Not just to the madness. Like what Xander said, is lawful evil is a master planner, right? So they don't want to draw attention to themselves. If there's a lawful evil character in a party and he's played well, then he might sound or look like lawful good, I think. Or maybe even a neutral. He goes along with the party because he's just working from the shadows, right? And a good reason to never betray the party. They are useful tools and have proven they are essential for my continued survival. Yeah, see? That's what I was saying as well. It's like, oh, you're going along because you might need them. Like, hey, I want to dominate the world, but if there is no world, I can't dominate. So, hey, I need some help. I need to make these guys strong. Mine is just, they're cool. I like them. They can live. And if they die, I call dibs on their stuff. Yeah, but I don't like that kind of stuff. Because, okay, so how would you solve a character death? Imagine a character dies during the adventure, which I would like to avoid, right? I would like to have your characters die. But imagine it happens. What would the party do with the body? So they would probably bury it, or hand it over to the church maybe, or they have to solve it somehow, or if resurrection is not an option, right? Yeah, I gotta admit with Xander, like, that sounds chaotic good or neutral. Well, depends. It could even be chaotic evil if you're just stealing your dead party member's stuff without respect. I think a typical good character would bury the body together with their items because it's their possession, right? Or they might find the inheritor of those items. So, for example, the character had a son, or the character had a wife, or the character has a brother, and then you go out of your way to find that brother to hand over those heirlooms that the dead character might have collected. My character is just seeing John's character will be like, the fuck you doing here? Yeah, it is. We bury it with their items, or I can cobble together their stuff into a little golem that makes sounds like them. Chaotic Evil takes what they want, thrive on might, makes right, and enjoy doing more evil than good. How would you do it then? Imagine the brother of the character shows up. Feels like John's character would be the most sus out of place in the party. Definitely. It does sound like it, that if the rest of the party is going to be a good aligned party, then I can definitely see John getting himself killed somehow. Or jailed. Or imprisoned. I'm still considering if I'm an artificer or a cleric this time. Chaotic Evil example, the Joker. Yeah. Well, you could also, like, Joker is a very, how do you call it? Like a character in the spotlight, right? Like, whatever he does, he wants a spotlight on himself. And he wants everyone to see and everyone to respond to it. Because he's like a theater guy, right? Or he likes theatrics. So he wants people to see the results of his work or see people respond to it. So that's why he's so insistent on doing things with Batman, because he's pretty much crying for Batman's attention. And if there's no Batman around, suddenly he gets demotivated. Because if it's an artificer, I want to ask if I can just recycle monster corpses for certain things. I don't think that would be... How would you even do that if you're an artificer? You're not a necromancer then, right? A chaotic evil cleric. So what's somewhat that is worshipped like crazy to the deity? Another chaotic evil character. Ramsay Bolton from GOT. Oh yeah, Ramsay Bolton, he went out of his way to inflict torture on Reek, right? His new name was Reek. I mean, Reek lost his balls, I think. He got tortured and then humiliated. And then I think he also used dogs to, I don't know, kill other people. Very vicious. Oh yeah, Jade, question as DM. Will you allow characters have special items? In what sense do you mean special items? You mean like heirloom items, or like items that are of emotional value to your character? Or are you talking magic items? Or are you talking about mastercraft items? Or items that are specifically made by a blacksmith for you? Like, you turn in an order like, hey, I want this made, I want to use this kind of tool, can you make it for me? Swords as in heirlooms. I think you could. Like, you could just have a regular sword and then say, oh, it's the heirloom passed down within my family, and wait, what is that? It's an heirloom passed down my family, and now I have it, right? At that point, you can just give the sword a slightly different name. Like, you can call it like, oh, heirloom sword. And then the damage would still be the same, but it has more story value, because of course you would not want to damage it, you would not want to lose it, right? I would not go out of my way to make you lose that sword. Although there might be situations where if you're in a fight with an enemy, that the enemy could use disarm on you, just like they could use disarm on any other character, right? And then you drop your sword. But then you just have to keep in mind that you pick it up again. Reek as in Theon Greyjoy. Necromancers can be clerics. Definitely, yep. Even paladins can be necromancers, I think, if they're Oathbreaker. At least they make they make undead stronger, I think. But yeah, you can also do the same thing for armor, right? If a certain piece of armor is passed down, you could have that as an heirloom. But if you want special effects, that would be more of a question like, hey, would this be okay from the start, or do you want to have that effect eventually? Because then I could, for example, incorporate it somehow if you're looking for specific magical items. You're thinking Death Knight? Death Knight, really? No, I thought Oathbreaker Paladins had an effect where if they're in the neighborhood of undeads, enemies or friendly, they would make the undead stronger. I think that was 5e. Hey, Smucker! If it's cleric, I don't know if I should go for the charlatan cleric who keeps trying to prove he's a fake cleric. But since God's a trickster god, so the god just screws around and lets him use clerical stuff in public. But in private it doesn't work, or necromancer that thought they were a cleric. I mean, we can always go over it in session 1. Session 0, sorry. I think I placed it in the character bio, but I can DM the other details, so if you will have use for it in the campaign, you can use it. Oh yeah, sure. I saw the link for your character, and I could see the equipment and the tools, but I could not see your bio. That's the only limitation I think we had there. Like, I could not see your backstory or your alignment, I think, but I just saw the numerical values of your skills, your HP, your AC, your equipment, that sort of stuff. I was able to see that stuff, but I couldn't see your backstory. So maybe that's an option to hide or keep private. "5e paladins are strange anyway." Oh yeah, definitely. I do think it's funny. Like, imagine if you have 5 paladins, right? 5 paladins, and you each take a different path. You're pretty much the Power Rangers. You have stacking auras. Like, each aura does some different effect, right? At, I think, level 7. So if you're just sticking together, the auras would overlap with each other, and you have so many beneficial effects. Like, jeez. "5e paladins, yeah, and I will use healing touch, but in actuality, it's just false life." Aren't you just making it confusing for yourself then? At least I think it would start to get confusing. It would be fun. Well, as long as I guess as it works and it's not too disruptive. Oh, I also gave the first quest text to the party about there being a trouble in the woods on the southern border, and they're being called in by the mayor. So that would be a nice starter, because they will only have to look for something in a smaller zone instead of an entire country, right? Because this one is a border town, which is pretty good for just a first session. Shouldn't take, I think, too long. Of course, before I do that, I'll give you a list of spells. Oh, I'm not gonna keep track of that. You're on your own for that. I got enough other things to keep track of as a DM. I see them as strange because they get power based on oaths they make to themselves. I swear I won't steal anything. Guess I'm a paladin. Yeah, I do like that though. Like, you can be an agnostic paladin, or like an atheist paladin, and it would not be a problem, because an oath is something that you can make to, well, obviously the gods, and then you're like in service of that god, right? But an oath could also be pledged to yourself. So if you pledge that you would live by certain rules, like the very 3 specific rules that are in your pledge, right, or in your oath, based on the the path that you pick. Imagine if the god is asking you to do something that would not, how do you call it, like would be in contrast of your oaths, then you could technically refuse it and remain being a paladin because you're following your oath, right? So your pledge is still whole. Well, if you follow the god's goal or mission and went along with it, but you broke one of your oaths, then there's a question mark. Like, you're an oath breaker at that point, but are you absolved because of God or a god? Let's see. Although one character concept I was interested in seeing, but I can't play because I can't do the character justice, is a paladin so narcissistic. His oath is just to admire him. Oh, he just needs a mirror. Ah, yes, this perfectly standstill pool of water. I have to go admire my own face in it. I have to brush my teeth at least once a day is one of his oaths. I have to comb my hair. Oath of glory. Too bad Slanesh isn't around. He'd support that oath. No. It's the oath of mental self-love. Yes. Hereby, you pledge that you will take care of your own mental health and talk to your friends at decent intervals and get mental help or do the best thing you could do in any situation. And talk in the mirror like, oh, I'm worth it. I did good today. I did hear it was mental health month this month. The Phobomancer, welcome. The Oath of Influencer. Oh no, the Oath of Influencer. You're just walking everywhere with a magical orb that gets scryed on, and then everyone around the kingdom could see what antics you're up to. Look, everyone, we found this cave in the middle of the forest. Let's go explore it. Wow, is that a bone? Whoa, that's a rock dripping from the ceiling. What is this? Oh, it's fur. Wait, I can't see it too well. Let's get closer. And then you hear a bear like, roar. And then the camera just cuts. Personally, I've been wondering how to play a Celestial Warlock who thinks he's a cleric. I mean, clerics and warlocks are sort of close to each other if you think about it. Both are in service of some higher deity or patron, right? And get their powers from there. The Oath of Almighty Me. Wait, you mean like My Hero Academia? Like the Oath of All Might? A pillar of justice. Imagine you're overzealous like that. Oh, here's another character I'm down to play. It's a warlock that acts like a kick streamer, and they call their deity. No, we're not doing that. You know, man, when I heard of the whole Johnny Somali thing in Korea and all those other like streamers or in real life streamers that are destroying stuff or being obnoxious in real life, I would want to see them punished so hard. So if you play that character, I'm definitely biased against your character. Please don't make me do that. Ban that guy. You mean divine ban? Ooh, wow, that's a big background. I'll definitely be reading that later on. Thanks for sending it, Shin. Can I play an Arakokra monk called Steven Seagull? Or just play lawful, stupid characters that believe they are the protagonist literally and can do no wrong, and any who stand against them are evil. I mean, those are just zealots at that point, right? I think if you're familiar with World of Warcraft, that would be the Scarlet Crusade, right? Because the Scarlet Crusade thought they were the only humans left, and everyone outside of their order were just undeads or infected with undead, right? Oh, 2-minute ads. Alright. But yeah, the Scarlet Crusade, they thought that everyone around them was already infected. And they would torture even innocent villagers because they thought they were spies or whatever. Just watch those typical isekai anime. There are a lot of people in. Oh, definitely. Yeah. And then they realize, like, oh, I've been screwing everything over. A warlock whose patron is a collective group of imps of or fays. What? Oh, wait. I got an idea. Imagine you're a warlock. You think you're in service of some evil maniacal god, right? But the evil maniacal god is actually just a trickster god who normally takes clerics in. But this time he thought it would be funny to act as a patron for a warlock. But that's because of his trickster nature. So whatever you do is just innocent. But it just sounds evil. Just let me know if you need any other clarifications on it. Sure. Shin, I am gonna ask you one thing. Are there any specific geographical locations bound to your background story before I'm gonna read it? Because if they are, since the towns and the landscape is already set, right, that I'm working on, if there are any specific locations, I could tell you a little bit about them. Like if you're gonna say like, oh, I'm coming from a desert town, then I could actually give you a desert town at that point. Or if you're from a Nordic town, or you're from the jungle, or from some other landscape, then I can help you actually name that village, because that village most likely already exists within the world map that I'm making. Hey, welcome back, Xander. Yeah, we were talking about Scarlet Crusade, how they were zealots and wanted really badly to cleanse the world, but because they were a little over the top with it, they ended up being the bad guy. Well, not really the bad guy, but they definitely did a lot of evil. They got corrupted from within. Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, as you can see, that is strangely software-ish, that alert. But that's because normally I'm a cyberpunk VTuber. There are some random villages in the woods and her biological home, which I can depend on what you have in your main. Okay, so if it's just 2 small villages in the woods, then maybe the villages are just too small to be known to most people. Like it could, you have like villages in different sizes, right? You got a homestead, which is pretty much like 2 or 3 families working together. You got a hamlet, which is I think more around 50 people. You got a village, and then above that you got a small town, and then a big town, and then you have a small city, a big city, and a capital, right? Usually those are like the sizes of settlements. Although you could also be like literally a house in the woods, like living by yourself. So it could all be possible that maybe your village is so far into the woods that most people don't know about it. The 2 places are separated though. My character has selective amnesia. Oh. So that explains why you're turning up in that village without much knowledge about how you got there. Is that what you're saying? Oh, John has another one. Here's one. Short human fighter who thought they're a halfling. No, he's just short. Ah, yes. The short king. Would you want to play them as an actual human that's just short, like with their passives, or would you want to play it with the halfling instead? Well, if you play it with the halfling, then it's pretty much saying that you are a halfling, so probably not. I'm sorry I gave her some angst. No problem. Hey, if it works, why not, right? Also, I got some questions for John and Jinn, since they're in the campaign anyway, right? They're two of the players that are on the list to my left. If I have like a looting system or like a loot thing in the game, right? There are plants which you can use for alchemy. There's ores that you can make like weapons or plate armor or skill armor with. There is also textiles like silk, but also leathers. For the plants and the ores, would you want to go to a zone and do prospecting and then have a chance on getting like, oh, you just got copper ore or iron ore, with a chance to get like higher value ores depending on a role you have to do? Or would you rather, for example, forego that you don't have to loot for it, or like you don't have to roll for it, or don't have to do prospecting? Like you just want it available as loot, or maybe you buy it in a store, or maybe some monster carries it. Because with one you have to keep rolling for that. Or if people are interested in that, it could be funny to do the whole stone cutting and dwarven prospecting of the land to find valuable ores. Or if you're like a druid or a ranger, then the plant stuff might be of interest to you. Could make D&D version of an old comic mafia character, Big Boy. He sees himself as the big boss of all the mafia, and he's really short. And to drive the character concept, make him a turtle who is lawful evil and has a superiority complex, as well as extreme jealousy of those taller of him. Oh. Whenever I hear people say turtle for D&D, I just think of the one from Kung Fu Panda. What's his name? What's the panda's name? Not the panda's name, what's the turtle's name again? I'm gonna look it up. I can't stand that I forgot about it. Turtle name Kung Fu Panda. Oh, Oogway! Yeah, Oogway. I always think of Oogway whenever I think of turtles. Still human stats, but people keep mistaking him for a halfling. Oh, hey, you're a halfling, right? Do you want to be our rogue? No, I'm a human fighter. I just can't reach above the counter. You have to be this tall for this, right? I'd rather dig and prospecting stuff once in a while. That makes sense. Like if you're in a mountainous region, you could do prospecting and then you find ores. And if you do prospecting in a forest, then you would find plants, right? I'm okay with that. I can, I think, automate that with a macro where if you're like, if I say like, oh, you're in this region, you're in a mountain, then it would give out a loot table for me, and then I can just say like, oh, you can just roll for it, and depending on your roll, you get certain ores. If you roll high, that's better, of course. And then I could also set it to, if I select region and then plant, it goes for a different list. Hell, if you can give us a home base we can upgrade using resource, I'd take it too. I think I'm not gonna give it to you, a home base, but if you plan to make one, I would not obstruct you. Like if you're gonna say like, hey, we like this civilization, we like this town, we have saved this town a lot of times, or we have saved this, oh, thanks for the follow. If we have save this kingdom, whatever, and then you become an official knight for that kingdom, and you get a piece of land, and then you decide like, hey, what are we gonna do with that piece of land? We're gonna make a castle, or we're gonna make a fortress, or maybe we're gonna turn it into a farm for food, or maybe the piece of land that we want is part of the mountain, so we can hire personnel to excavate the mine for us. Like something like that could work. I could go along with that. Of course, you have to earn it, because hey, no monarch or leader will suddenly give land away just with money, right? You have to do special services or pledge allegiance or loyalty to a certain kingdom, maybe. I don't mind rolling for it. Like my character grew up in the woods. Yeah, that, I mean, that would naturally make you better at. So what I'm definitely thinking of is, like, if you want to roll for plants in the forest, it would probably be a nature check or a survival check, right? Because hey, those two are associated with nature. But I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for prospecting for ores or mining. Master Ukwe. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit late on the chat, but yeah, it was Master Ukwe. I have no idea. Has played Velkron the Invenerate as a neutral evil leech. Velkron the Invenerate. Invenerate. What does that do? I have never seen that word before. I'm curious. Let me expand my English a little bit by looking up the definition of Inveterate. I'm not a native English speaker, by the way. Inveterates. Having a peculiar habit, activity, or interest that is long established and unlikely to change. Ah, you're a traditionalist. Unchanging. Oh, yeah, that sounds very fitting for a leech that doesn't age, right? Players becoming vessel lords. Plans on taxation mechanics. Hey, if they want to pull people into their settlement, like imagine they get a plot of land, right? And then they want to develop it. If they're gonna make a castle and a village and attract like their favorite NPCs into that village, they can give it a try. If they want to tax it, they could give it a try. But I am thinking that the money system from such a like a building development kind of thing should remain inside the village mostly, right? Because if you're just pulling money out of the village, then it can't develop further, right? So it stays a small village because they don't have the money to prosper. It's meant as an inside joke because leeches already are unchanging. Yeah. Well, I just feel like it's fitting for like a leech. But I do notice that if you're gonna go for like a settlement like that, then you're gonna be landlocked at that point, right? Like, if your home base is in a certain region, how far would you be willing to travel into other kingdoms or into other regions if you're like, I don't know, imagine you have a castle here in Europe, right? And then you travel to China or to the Philippines, or the other way around. You have a castle in the Philippines and you travel to Europe in fantasy medieval times. It takes such a long time to travel through, right? Although at higher levels it could be more feasible, because if you imagine you are allied to different countries, right? And you have settlements in different countries. You could set up a magical circle, like a teleportation circle inside both those castles, so you could easily go back and forth between those points. Like setting up a teleportation grid eventually. I just like the mobile bases, even if it's a 10 size. I'd like to have things like that. Well, there are airships in D&D, right? But I feel like airships should definitely not be available at the beginning of the story, because well, it takes a lot of agency away, it's not agency. What is the word for it? It takes away a lot of the challenge of a hex scroll, right? If you can instantly move 20 tiles with an airship, because hey, you just fly over mountains, you fly over forests, Sure, there are some aerial threats, but I don't think it should be available at the beginning, especially also money-wise. Like, I think it would make sense that the materials needed to make an airship would probably be pretty expensive, and you need a lot of research. So it's probably. Wait, isn't that like how they do it in Final Fantasy 14, where you need an entire research team just to get around stuff? Maybe a big wagon. That wagon could definitely work, but the problem with wagons is that if you go through a forest, you can't take your wagon with you, right? Because there's no road in the forest. Yeah, like a big one. Well, what I'd say then is like, why not just teleport? There are no easy teleportation mechanics in D&D, Yuki. For teleportation, that's a 6th or 7th level spell slot. Was it 5th or 6th or 6th and 7th? I think it was 5th and 6th. When do you get access to a 5th level spell slot? Let's see. Depends if you're a half caster, right? Or a full caster. Every spell has a level 0 to 9. Okay, so they say typically a character has to be at 17th level, not 9th level, to cast a 9th level spell. So you could say that you need double your level to cast a spell. So if you are, if you're casting a 5th or 6th level spell, that means you have to be level 10 or 12 or so, just to be able to cast that spell to teleport, which is a little bit more advanced, right? It's not a beginner type of spell. For the teleporting, I can think of a restriction. If we enter the base with the teleport circle, we can't exit the base back to town, and it kicks us out in like 30 minutes if we used it. Wait, what's the effect? If we enter the base with the teleport circle, we can't exit the base back to town, and it kicks us out in like 30 minutes if we used. Oh no! I already have like a teleportation system thing worked out, where if you use a teleportation for long distance, you get like teleportation sickness for 14 days. So for 14 days you can't make use of teleportations. So that way it becomes important when to use teleportation and when you don't, right? It's also the reason why traders or merchants still travel as nomads between towns, because hey, they can't just teleport back and forth, right? They still have to travel the road because of teleportation not being easily accessed or being very expensive or having long cooldowns. So maybe for an emergency you could use it, but it's not a primary way to travel back and forth until you're maybe like a high level caster or something. Here's a thought provoker. You are a Velacron. You have awakened thousands of years later. Your kingdom is a desolate ruin. In old times your name was feared and legendary. Your terrain and armies vast. Now it's all gone. You do remember intending to sleep for a century, but never intended this length. Someone must have made you sleep longer. Your castle and walls destroyed. Your trusted minions are gone, and at best your name has fallen to myth. How will you regain your power? Medieval fantasy, by the way. Do you still have your power though? Or do you just lack your minions? Like, are you still just as strong as before? Because even if you are strong, you have no network, you have no wealth, you have no artifacts, I'm guessing. No bastions. So I feel that at that point, you should probably go try to come off as a human. Like, how do you call it? If you can cast, what's that spell again? What was that illusion spell where you can look like a certain race or a human or like a dwarf or whatever? You do have spells and whatever, just no magic items beside a phylactery. Ah, okay, so what is that illusion spell where you can dress up as stuff? Disguise self? Yes, okay, so I would definitely pick disguise self in that situation and then disguise myself as just a regular human in normal village clothing. I would probably travel the world just to understand this new age of technology, which kingdoms there exist, what happened in the last 1,000 years, because you have no information whatsoever, right? You lost everything. So you might want to check up on some old castles of yours or some old grave sites of your previous allies, see if they left anything behind. Maybe gain a network to these age criminals, how do you call it, like a thieves guild or thieves den or network, just to get more information. And while you gain information, you might help some people because you need money, right, to build up your kingdom again. So if you allied yourself maybe with some kind of lordship and you gain their favor, where they say like, oh, you have done this kingdom a great service, I'll grant you a piece of land to do this or that, then obviously you can turn that into a bastion or a military point. Maybe have some people work for you. Like, try to make use of the humans as long as possible. Don't make them realize that maybe you're some ancient evil. Imagine that for a campaign. Yeah, I mean, that's a very long-term goal, right? Like, even if you're playing an evil character, you're just collecting information and biding your time until you have the resources to do something. Like, if you're an immortal leech, then that is not a problem, right? And living humans are pretty much livestock to you. So imagine if you're sitting in a castle in the center of town with a graveyard nearby. Every time a person dies and are sent to the graveyard, you just pluck their souls out for your phylactery. And nobody would care because, hey, they think like this villager died of old age, right? Like, why would you go out of your way to overrun some village and use your soldiers, like undead soldiers, to do that, if you could just chill and passively farm souls from being a leader in some kind of castle town? And of course, over the century that normal humans die and are put into the graves or in the cemetery, right? Eventually, you're gonna have an army of bones there. Like, you're gonna have a graveyard full of dead bodies that you can resurrect again. Like, that's a free army at that point. You don't even have to kill anyone. They just die of old age, and then you claim their bodies once they're put into the grave. Plus the idea that someone could make you sleep longer than you intended, very likely a powerful adversary. Oh yeah, like something must have disrupted your spell or your cryo sleep or whatever thing you did. Maybe they just put a very heavy object on top of your coffin and just someone pushed it off by accident. Well, I guess not a coffin, but more of a tomb, right? Like a stone tomb. You know the stone tombs they have in, what was it, Skyrim, right? Where if you go in, you can fight a dragon priest, like something like that. Maybe just someone sealed it. And only after that person passed away or got weaker that the seal also became weaker. Sarcophagus. Yeah, that one. Okay, so if I am thinking of the whole looting system, then that means I have to appoint rarities to certain resources. So, let's see, where is it? Where's my table? There's my table. Okay, so we got a rarity: common, uncommon, rare. Do we need something above rare? I find it weird to call it a legendary plant. Epic plant. No. Words synonym to epic. Legend. Romance. Wait, no, not. Why is an epic? Oh, okay, because an epic is also a type of storytelling, right? Heroic, long, grand, monumental, vast. Extravagant, bombastic, ambitious, heroic, grand. No, extraordinary. Oh, maybe I can look it up on rarity grades. Common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, relic, masterwork, eternal. I don't like to use the word legendary or epic for a plant. Oh, mythic! Mythic could still sound good for a plant. Like, oh, this plant is talked about, people know about its effect. Botania? Oh yeah, for Botanica. Like a plant you don't see often, right? I think it would be weird to call it an epic plant or like an epic flower or whatever, or a legendary flower. That sounds weird, but mythic still sounds pretty cool, right? Like, oh, this is a super rare find, and if you have it, you're not gonna soon find something else like it. Let's see, what else do they have? Oh, some people say exotic. Exotic is a nice word. Exotic means higher than rare, but it doesn't make it sound like a purple or like a legendary heirloom item. I think exotic would be a nice word. A very exotic plant, which is hard to find. Okay, so we're gonna insert this into the table as a drop-down menu, and then we're gonna call it common, uncommon, and then we're gonna call it rare, and then we're gonna call it exotic. And then common, what color are we gonna give it? Of course, a gray color. And then uncommon is usually green, right? And then rare is usually a blue color. And then exotic would be, what color is exotic? It would be purple then, right? Sorta. And we can still call like add mythic to it, right? But if it's mythic, it's definitely one of a kind. Like, you find one inside a campaign, but you're never gonna find it again. And once you pluck it, you're gonna have to use it somehow, because eventually it's gonna die off, right? Unless you dry it. Like, imagine if you dry the herbs and then put it in a glass bottle so it stays good for longer. Let's see, we have uncommon, common, uncommon, rare, exotic, mythic. We need a better color for this. Customize colors. Yes, that's what I want. Sorry that I can't show my screen, because otherwise I'm pretty much spoiling all the effects and names of other resources, and then it wouldn't be as fun anymore. Okay, there we go. The green can be a little bit lighter. As for your stream question, I do have one, but it's not really original. It's adamantium. It's harvested from an animal called adamantium, a crystalline scales. They need to be melted by a master wizard who specializes in fire and molded by a master smith. Once cool, it's nigh unbreakable. It is, however, heavier than other metals and has the natural strong resistance to magic once made. It can't be enchanted. Oh, it's like a anti-magic kind of thing? Like it has supernatural resistance against magical effects, but because of that, it also can't be enchanted. Does it work like that? Also, I have to do something. Pop out chat just to be sure that it's working. Because not anti-magic, just can't be enchanted. Ah, I have something. No, not really something like it. I have an Aegis stone ore, and the Aegis stone ore has the effect of. Like, let's first finish this one. That the armor made from this temporary. Oh wait, I changed that one. Yeah, armor made grants temporary hit points after taking non-magical slashing, bludgeoning, or piercing damage. So if you're getting attacked by a lot of weak enemies, but they do hit, then you actually gain temporary hit points. But then, of course, with the next attack, it gets used up, and then you regain it again. Temporary hit points are equal to 1 per 5 levels of the wearer. So it isn't super strong against like singular high damage attacks, but it is strong against multi-attacks. I think on higher levels there are definitely some monsters that do like 3 attacks or like I think it's multi-attack, right? Multi-slash? No. I think for creatures they call it multi-attack, and then for humans they call it extra attack, right? But I try to make a list for my ores or minerals, where if you use it as a weapon, it has an effect, but you can also use it as an armor material. But that is an armor made of animal parts then, right? What type of animal is an Attribution then? I'm guessing some kind of lizard? Would they be akin to the Dark Souls lizards? Attribution as animals, they are roughly the size of rhinos, the body of an armadillo, playful and loyalty to that of a dog, but scared just as easily as an elephant. But in a charge they'll ball up and nothing can stop them. They are capable of destroying fortified walls. Oh yeah, I can imagine that. Imagine if he rolls down a hill, he would just go through the front gate, right? Is what I'm guessing, because of the sheer weight and power behind the material. Although I do feel bad if you're gonna make them like loyal and playful, and then you also make them have very strong materials. So the characters will have to decide, are we gonna kill this innocent creature that's super playful? Generally in society they are used as beasts of burden. Really? Beasts of burdens? Like I would imagine that a creature with skills like that would probably be used as a war mount, right? Because hey, a horse, if they get an arrow, they're just straight up dead, right? If they got shot by an arrow, if they fall to the ground, break their leg, then they're down. But imagine a creature with natural armor that's almost unstoppable. That would be an interesting mount, although once it rolls up and tries to roll into the enemy, that probably would not really work as a mount then, because then the rider just gets squashed with the first rotation. What about probably not a war beast either, right? Like, it couldn't be a hunter's pet, is what I'm guessing. So far, I mostly made the plants and the ores for mine. But I did add textile materials because, hey, textiles also exist for clothing, right? So you got the basic ones like silk, linen, cotton, wool, velvet, burlap, taffeta, canvas, felt, hemp, and tweed. Those are like just medieval, non-magical materials. Depending on your status in society, you might have access to a certain grade. Like, I can't imagine velvet being accessible to farmers, for example. Those would probably walk around in cotton, linen, maybe wool, depending on if it's hot or not. But based on this, you can always make a magical variant with it by infusing it with, I don't know, supernatural silk from some kind of spider monster. It's because they are more cowardly, not a fighter-like animal. Oh, okay, so they're very... Wait, aren't they like the Dark Souls creatures then? Like the crystalline lizards, where they're very tough to kill, and when you get noticed, they run away. But because they're tough, you have to output a certain amount of damage before they burrow underground or disappear. And then you got the giant version of it as well, who's a lot more aggressive if challenged. I do have one special letter, but the letter itself isn't from one creature. It could come from any type of creature that shares this trait. And I call the letter type Cloakskin. And it's only usable for armor. Well, not necessarily armor, but more like clothing pieces, right? Like a cloak, an armor piece, a helmet maybe, that sort of stuff. I honestly don't know. I have played Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, but don't remember encountering what you described. Oh, so I think it's mostly in Dark Souls 3. If you remember the tutorial area, right? If you go to the right, there is this canyon where there's a very big lizard, a crystalline lizard, and that's the size that I'm comparing it to, but the mindset would still be that of a small lizard in Dark Souls. Usually you get like the special resources from it. Oh, those things. Yeah. So in Dark Souls, the big things are super aggressive, right? They fight for their lives. But the small ones, they just run away and burrow or just like turn invisible. But I guess in your setting, the big lizards still have the mindset of the small lizard, because they avoid fights, they want to be left alone, pretty much. So, would it be... how do you call that in English? Is it illegal hunting to kill one? Or is it allowed to be killed, since it's like a passive, peaceful creature? Like, are they on an endangered list? Titanite lizards, I think? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Like, would that creature be well sought after? Would it be hunted down? Or are people aware that it's a friendly creature and they just leave them alone? I guess that sort of depends on the mindset of the person. Like, a peaceful person that doesn't have any need for money or killing or valuables would just think of it as a kind creature of the valley or whatever. But if a hunter sees it and knows its value, or some adventuring party that really wants its armor, that they then hunt it down. In many countries it's illegal, but some it's not. So how would that happen? Imagine you come from a country where it's legal to hunt these creatures. You turn it into armor, and then with that armor, you walk into another country, and they see that armor, and they say like, hey, what you're wearing That's an endangered species here. How did you get it? Would it cause problems in that new country? Or another cool idea would be is that since people know that it's an endangered creature in certain countries, that you need to have a legal document signed by a blacksmith so you can prove where the armor was made, right? So you go to a blacksmith, he makes the armor with you, and with it he presents a legal document with his seal on it and his country of origin, and then you have to carry that on you while traveling through those kingdoms where it's illegal to hunt those creatures. So if the guards ask you like, hey, where'd you get that armor, or they're gonna check you for illegal activities, that you can present that legal document like, hey, I'm from this and this country, that creature is not endangered there, it's totally legal to hunt it there, I hunted it there and I got my armor made there, this is the proof of the blacksmith, and it's signed by, I don't know, maybe the baron, by the blacksmith, or whatever, what you need. And maybe you could even have it checked at the border of the country, like, hey, I'm going into the country with this armor, I'm not going out of it. So they sign the document as well. So it's all official. But then you run into trouble if you were to illegally enter the country without like going through a toll gate or whatever. Imagine something like that. I think that could be an interesting development, right? Imagine how much trouble the park could get into. Okay, so I'm gonna insert another column into my list, and then I'm gonna call it DC. And then I need to check for two things. So in Google Sheets, I need to check two cells. First, I need to check the cell type. So if it says plant, then I know it has to be survival or nature, right? Skill checks D&D 5e. To make an ability check, So I'd love to automate certain things. Okay, here it is. Task difficulty, very easy is DC 5. Easy is DC 10, medium is 15, hard is 20, very hard is 25, and nearly impossible is 30. To make an ability check, roll a d20 and add the relevant ability modifier as with other d20s. You got strength, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. So I would say that you would need nature or survival. Wait, nature, medicine, or survival, probably for the plant, right? That would make sense. But what for the ore gathering? What is the... I remember there being kits in D&D. D&D... kits. Items. Because you have like a poisoner's kit or adventuring kit or... Oh, tools, that's what it's called. You have an alchemist supplies, brewer supplies, calligrapher supplies, carpenter, cartographer, cobbler, cook, glassblower, jeweler, leatherworker, mason, painter supplies, potter tools, smith tools, tinkerer tools, weaver tools, woodcarver tools. Okay, so funny enough, it seems there's no... Why is there no mining supplies kit for artisan tools? Let me double check this. Woodcarver, that could be used for wood, right? Weaver is for silks or clothing, textiles. Tinkerer tools is for crafting. Smith tools for crafting. Potter's tool is for making pots. Painter is for, well, painting. Mason tool is to build houses with. Leatherworking is probably for skinning animals and also drying hides or making leather. Jeweler tools would make sense for, well, smelting gold into jewelry or using sharpening gems, that sort of stuff. Glassblower, sure, makes sense. Cook makes sense. Cobbler, cartographer, carpenter, calligrapher, brewer. Yeah, that's so... Wait, what about pickaxe maybe? There's a pickaxe in the game, right? Disguise. Herbalism kit. This kit contains a variety of instruments such as clippers, mortars, and pestles, and pouches and vials used by herbalists to create remedies and potions. Proficiency in this kit lets you add your proficiency bonus to any ability check you make to identify or apply herbs. Also, proficiency with this kit is required to create antitoxin and potions of healing. Yeah, but that's so weird. I feel like there should be something for mining. Huh. Like, imagine if you're a mining toolkit, right? You could have like a pickaxe in there. Maybe you could have a brush in there. Maybe you could have like some kind of mask or goggles, like base necessities for mining, I guess. Let's see. The weapons and armor made from them look about the same as silver. The only way people can tell it's adamantium if they hold it and test magic on it. If it's in possession, they'll generally bar you from entering the country. But if you possess the skills and found in a country it's illegal, they confiscate and imprison you. Through imprisonment depends on country. Sacronia, for instance, has very strict laws and harsh penalties. If caught with adamantium... Wait, why do I say adamantium? It's adamantium skills. 30 years in the illusionary prison. Technically 3 days, but the prison tricks your mind into believing it's years. Oh man! Is it just the mind that thinks it? Or is it actually that time goes... Well, no. Your body would still be young. It would just be your mind that's in there. Wouldn't that be amazing if you're a scholar, like a wizard? Like if I was a wizard and I knew this prison existed and I want to develop my magics by having more time to research stuff because it slows down... to be honest, if you think about it, that prison speeds up your thoughts, right? And then the world seems slower, even though it's 3 days, right? Your body is unaffected, only the mind that is affected. Yeah, so if your mind has 3 years the time to think about something, well, in reality it's only 3 days. Wouldn't you want to get captured on purpose if you want to solve some mystery or riddle or whatever? Because then instead of just having to think about it for 3 days, you now have, for example, 30 years to think about it. Not in there? Oh, wait, why not? Are you just put in mind stasis or something? It's generally hell. It's torture. Okay, I get it. Now, I was wondering, like, hey, if they have that type of technology, imagine you want to research magics, and you have to figure out how to do it, but you don't have enough time. Just being in there is such a benefit then. I can imagine some maniacal madman would probably still go for it. Like, oh, it's hell, but it's worth it. I had 30 years to think about this. And it only took 3 days. Okay, so if we take the herbalism kit as our basis, and then I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to help me with this one, because that's way faster than me having to manually do it. I'm gonna ask it, imagine there is a miner's kit for D&D based on this kit, and then I'm copying the herbalism kit. Could you write a suitable text for it for prospecting and mining ores? Prospecting / finding, I guess. And then I should probably add to it, giving equal benefits to this kit akin to the herbalism kit. Let's see what it pushes out. I might still have to edit it out. Hey, they did it pretty well. Shee. Do you want me to read what it says? Also, think of this. 1 day is 1 decade. Stealing gets you 20 years. Imagine what murder and heinous crimes will get you. Oof. Oh yeah. You're definitely gonna wake up way later. Yo, I got another idea. So, imagine you have those monks, right? Those monks that sit still for days and meditate. And those monks that also put themselves through pain and torture, that sort of stuff, right? Imagine that would be like heaven for them. Like, hey, they can push their minds and their bodies to the max by meditating for, I don't know, 10,000 years if they commit a grave crime, right? Like, I can only, if I think about it, it would probably be mostly something like an elven monk that could last through that. Like the whole tranquil mind thing, and then being a monk and having all the time in the world to meditate. And also because since elves live longer, their perception of time is not as bad, right? For a human, 70 years is their entire lifetime. But 70 years for an elf might be just 1/10 of their life, so they don't care as much. But now imagine if that elf is also a monk at the same time. So he's like, oh, 500 years is nothing. I would love to meditate for 500 years. Please give me another 500. But then there's still, even though they might gain the wisdom from the meditation and the sitting and the torture to strengthen their minds, they're still in their young bodies. So that could generate some very strong mental fortitude monks that are in the prime of their bodies, right? In the lore, the prison was made with the help of a brozen house and a craftsman who specialized in glass objects. Oh, wait, is it a glass prison then? Oh, by the way, the miner's kit that I asked ChatGPT of, what it says so far is miner's kit. This sturdy kit includes variety of tools such as rock hammers, chisels, hard lens, small pickaxe, a brush, sample vials, gloves, and a compact guide to common and rare minerals. Used by prospectors and delvers, this kit allows for identification, extraction, and safe storage of ores, crystals, and geological samples. Proficiency with this kit lets you add your proficiency bonus to any ability checks you make to identify, prospect, and safely extract mineral resources, including metals, gemstones, or magical ores. Proficiency with this kit is also required to properly harvest raw materials used in the crafting of magical and alchemical items, such as... Wait, what? Okay, I don't like the last part where it starts to imagine materials, such as dust as disappearance or philosopher's stone fragments, or enchanted metal ingots. I don't like that last bit, but for the most part, it did a pretty good job. Like describing the parts, and also describing that you can use your proficiency on any check you use for this specific goal. Let's see, then I should probably turn that into a thing inside Roll20. Where is it? Yeah, we got this. And then I make a new handout. And I'm gonna give it a name. Miner's kit. Is it a miner's kit or a mining kit? A miner's kit. Profession kit, mining, prospecting. Profession kit, mining, prospecting, resource extraction. That should be enough. Save. Do we have a pickaxe symbol somewhere in here? Nope, we have a fish, we have a water drop, we have a diamond. Oh, crystal. Yeah, crystal symbol could be cool. Save changes. There we go. Let's see. In Lord of Prison was made. It's an orb that affects all targets within 1 mile. It can be commanded who to affect and who not to affect. Just place your hand on it, order it to take in a new prisoner, and they are added to the illusionary prison. Once you're in, you're only getting out once the orb is commanded to. If the orb is destroyed, however, then they can be stuck in their own heads like a coma. How would you fortify such an orb? Like, sure, it's a 1 mile radius, right? But how would you prevent that orb from falling into the wrong hands? Because if you're an evil mastermind and you hear that something like that exists, then you would want to steal it, right? And use it. And what is necessary to order it around? Like, would it need the name? Do you need clear vision of the person? Like, how does targeting work? They can always go to the house that made it possible. Oh, add time. Oh yeah, no problem. Understandable. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Ah. Okay, so we got the miner's kit now. Now, what kind of to any ability checks you made to identify prospect I'm not sure about identify. Wait, no, it comes with the book. Safely extract. Okay, let's type in common, uncommon, and rare mineral resources. Because it's important that it should only benefit it for resources people know about, right? If it's like some ultra rare resource that nobody's seen ever before, then probably shouldn't do it. Oh, welcome back. I was about to ask you something about the targeting of the person using that orb. So do you need clear line of vision to cast it on them? Do you need to know their name or who they are? Because there has to be some way to hyper specifically target one individual, right? Like, do you have to look at them? Do you have to proclaim their name? Like a vocal seal, like I hereby sentence Bob to sit out his sentence for 10,000 years, which would then just be 3 days in real life. And what would happen if you casted anti-magic field on the orb or surrounding the orb? They just need to be within the radius. The orb will detect a new person in its radius. Ah, okay. So, is the orb sort of like a scrying orb where you can see the person inside the orb, and then if it's the right person, you say, yeah, it's that one. Like, oh yeah, we got the right person, now we're casting it. But anyone, like the guards would also be walking around within the radius of that 1 mile, right? So you have to be sure that it only targets the prisoners and not the guards. And then there's the anti-magic field. Like, if you casted anti-magic field around it, would it disrupt the coma, like people wake up? Or would it just be unable to cast the spell again that gives a coma, or like gives them the sentence? And is the effect counted as a curse or something else? Because it sounds sort of like a curse or a charm. Or, well, so it's sort of like entrancement, right? Like a troll, but in this case you're not doing anything. Yeah, you can select who goes in, and as you mentioned earlier, you can command it who not to affect. Ah, okay. So the best way to infiltrate that place is to become a guard, work your way up the ranks, and then because you're a guard in that, you're cleared for the mind control stuff, right? Well, it's not really mind control, but like you won't get targeted by that orb, so you can more easily get close to it. If you get close enough to it, you could cast anti-magic circle on it then. I'm not sure what it's gonna do, but hey, it might give you time to steal that item, and then you can run off with the item and then target the guards with it, so the guards specifically fall asleep and they can't follow you. Like, imagine if the party gets that orb. Wouldn't they be able to constantly abuse it then? So if the guards are walking around it and in it, the orb can be told not to target them. Yeah, like that. But imagine I'm gonna be a guard. I'm a knight or a guard, whatever. I applied to a job in that prison. I am allowed in. I won't get targeted. But then I decide to steal the orb. and run off to it and going back to my adventuring party. Does that mean that the party can just target anyone with a 1 mile radius and instantly turn them to sleep for, well, 3 days in real life, but then a very long time outside it? Because that sounds like a very powerful magic item that a lot of parties would not easily pass on, right? I know I'd definitely be interested in owning such an item. Like, imagine just putting anyone into a coma for 3 days, and for them it feels like much longer. So if anyone is hunting you or getting close to you, like, oh, there are wolves in a 1 mile radius, well, we're putting them to sleep. Oh, there's a bear coming close, we're gonna put them to sleep. Oh, a dragon flies by, well, fuck you, dragon. Even though you're in mid-air, we're gonna put you to sleep or into a coma and then crash down into the floor, sleeping for 3 days, which would feel like 10,000 years for him. Good luck. Sacronia takes security to a whole new level. Think CIA levels bordering on 1984. Oh, okay. Also, sorry if I'm being critical or like if I'm thinking of these kind of situations, but I love to imagine those, like, oh, what if this or this happened? Like, how would it work? Like, I'm not trying to. It's not about bashing the idea. It's more like, imagine if the party does something unexpected and decides to do that. How would you respond to it, or how would you solve it? Because if they manage to successfully get their hands on it, how would you deal with it? Hey, you could also protect it by it having a password. Well, I say password, but it would probably be an activation word for the magic to start happening. Just like how certain magical weapons have, like, you have to say it out loud before the sword lights up in fire or something like that. Because otherwise you can't put it in a scabbard if it's always on fire, right? It's like, what is it? What is Johnny Flame? Johnny Fire? I'm not sure. Someone from the Fantastic Four that always turns himself on fire. The Human Torch. Like, when he activates his power, it's like, flame on! Like, there's some kind of password or keyword to activating it. Pretty useful. Well, maybe not, because if someone else knows the keyword, they could activate it as well, right? Oh, maybe it needs attunement. Yeah, that could be it. Like, it needs attunement, and attuning to it costs like 4 hours or 8 hours. And then you also need to use the spell word for it. Like, imagine, like, multiple protection layers, since it's such a dangerous thing to use. Let's see. We just made the miner's kit, and then what would make sense for a miner's kit? I think skill checks that are about, I think, athletics, because you still have to mine, right? With a pickaxe. You have to investigation would probably be a good one. Let's see, athletics. I guess nature could sort of overlap as well. Generally, the prison itself is on the ground. It's a fortress, thousands of guards, no visitors for any reasons, need proper documentation to be transferred there, and still need approval for certain sections of the fort. Operators tend to be either the second in command or the head of the fort. Yo, that sounds like... Imagine if the party still wants to go in there or wants to do something like that. That would be a setting akin to Metal Gear Solid, right? You're sneaking into a highly guarded facility. You're better off trying to get into the bros in the house to make one for yourself if you can afford it. Ah. Like, what's it called? Shadow Moses. Imagine Metal Gear Solid and then Shadow Moses, where you infiltrate into the location and you have to avoid being detected. Let's see. There is survival, perception, medicine. I don't think mining for ore is based on survival. Perception, I could sort of understand if you see the ore, right? Investigation makes sense as well. Yeah, let's do that. So the skill checks are athletic, investigation, and perception. And then I have to add it to the mass list of the minerals as well. Okay. And then for the botanical list, what I do is I add the same thing, but then I change athletics, investigation, perception into nature, survival, medicine. I think that's a good one, right? Survival, medicine, and nature. So intelligence or wisdom, pretty much. Admittedly, don't remember a lot of the super military guys. Shadow Moses? Yeah! It's where you sneak into to destroy Metal Gear Rex, I think, in the basement as a foot soldier trying to destroy a mecha with just grenades and bazookas. Like, I have never played Metal Gear Rising 1 till 3. The first Metal Gear Solid that I played was 4, and I also played 5, and I also played Metal Gear Rising. I do have the game though. So when my PlayStation 3 was still working, I have to replace something or really soldier something. Anyway, when it was working, I bought the Metal Gear Solid Collection game or CD, and it has Metal Gear Solid 1 till 3, wait, 1 till 4 I think, but I never played it. Wait, I should check. So I bought the collection thing. Where is it? Where are you? Oh yeah, there it is. Metal Gear Solid, the Legacy Collection of 1987 until 2012. It has Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, Metal Gear Solid 2 Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid Digital Graphic Novel, Metal Gear Solid Tactical Espionage Action, and then also the special missions. It also has Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots, and Metal Gear Solid 2 Digital Graphic Novel. That's all there is on the double disc. Wait, no, it's not a double disc. It's a singular disc with an art book next to it. Mostly if you're gonna try to break into a Sacronian facility, this better be damn worth it. Difference between sneaking into Area 51 and taking schematics from a guy somewhere else in the country. Yeah. Yeah, but hey, you know that in like D&D, people want to do something special, right? They want to overcome the odds. They want to do something cool, like sneaking into a mansion or into a military encampment and assassinate the leader without getting noticed, or maybe they want to barge in through the front door and just kill everyone. Like, it could be anything, but I think it would be an interesting thing to get in there and do your sneaking or deception. Okay, so there is, if I want to make this thing, I need to do multiple checks, I think. Let's first put all the commons into the new common. Common. Nope. This. So the nice thing with Google Sheets is that by entering certain data points, you can automate the outcome, right? So if you say like, oh, this is an ore and it is this or that, then it has to be, then the output will be this or that. So you don't have to manually think about it anymore. And the moment you change anything in the formula, it will auto adjust. So you don't have to do anything manually. That's what I like about Google Sheets. So that's why usually when I'm making systems, I tend to go to Google Sheet first. And then once I have it all figured out, that's when I export it into something like Roll20, where it's just a fully developed system. Okay, I think. And now we go for rares. We don't have any exalted stuff yet, but we can add that later. Rare, and rare. Okay, I added it. A few more. Oh. You're back? No problem, man. And then... Okay, so I want to... If check. Ifs return a value depending on multiple logical expressions. Yes, I want condition this. Is bland. and then the value is if the value, then the this should be medicine, survival, nature, comma. Condition 2 is if this place is or yes. Hey, welcome back. If it's an or, then the output should be athletics Based on your persona description, it sounds like a mix of D&D and Shadowrun. So I don't know Mars is accessible in Shadowrun. Persona description? Oh! Yeah, normally I look totally different. But yeah, just for this D&D setting, for the campaign, since I'm taking on the role of Dungeon Master, that's why I made this look. But yeah, if you scroll down, then you see what I normally look like just as a regular bartender in like a... how do you call it? It's definitely cyberpunk setting, but it also has some fantasy elements to it, like dealing with angels, demons, devils, and humans, right? But it's more like a cybernetic era. And because Mars is also known as the planet of war, right? And it's also high on iron, so I thought it would make sense to have a cybernetic underground city on Mars, where a lot of stuff is made of concrete and steel, right? Because hey, that's very accessible. Also shows why maybe the devils are physically stronger than humans, because hey, maybe there's more iron in their bones or something. I haven't worked it out specifically, but that is the reason I went with it. Let's see, I said if B2 is or, then it should be athletics, perception, and what did I say again? Perception, athletics, and I forgot the third one. Where is it? Investigation. Am I doing this correctly? I hope I am. Okay, so it reads planned and it output the correct thing. So that's good. If I put it here, then... okay. I can input check. I should just say skill check, right? Yeah, let's do a skill check. And let's write these words with capital. Investigation, medicine, survival, nature. Okay, so we got the ifs. Now, I also want it to check for something else. So I want... I wanted to recognize difficulty based on rarity, right? How would I do that? Something that might interest you, I a while made up a campaign through Not Totally Done. Players are vampires and they have to help their sire pay a debt to a devil known only as the Soul Broker. He doesn't care where the souls are taken from, only that he is paid back in souls. Operates in a city, no one crosses him, not even 4 powerful mafias of the city dare not to cross him. So where would you go with that? Like, would you have the campaign play inside the city or like outside the city? Like, do they have to get the souls from somewhere else, or do you have to collect inside the city? Let's see, rarities are in the D column. Have to be in the city. Sire forbids leaving it. I think you were muted a bit there. Oh, really? Was I? I hope not. How did that happen? Sorry, I was just, maybe I was just thinking to myself, like, how to do the formula. The output has to go into the E column. I want... Let's see... What DC should common be? Common plants that should be able to get farmed by regular herbalists of low level. Pretty much anyone could get them. Like, or a beginning adventurer could get them. Let's see... Where's that other page that we had about skill checks and how hard it is? Oh, very easy is 5. No, let's start with easy. Easy is 10, a DC of 10. Like, you still have to look for it. You still have to know what kind of plant it is, but... Okay, so common is DC 10. Uncommon is DC 15 sounds a little bit high, but okay, we can just write down 15 and change it later, right? And then we got rare is DC. Yeah, okay. If you do this, then it will be almost impossible to get the mythic one. That's the scaling is way too high for that. Then I'm gonna adjust that. But first, let's keep writing out the exotic one and the mythic. And then the base value would be 25 and 30, right? So yeah. Okay, so let's see. Common 12. If you do uncommon at 14 and rare at, for example, 18, and then exotic into DC 20 and mythic DC 22. It would still be too high, but we can all shift downwards a little bit. So it becomes 12, 14, 16, and 18. So common is 10, uncommon is 12, rare is 14, exotic is 16, and mythic is 18. I saw your avatar's lips move, but no sound. Oh, maybe that's because of the background sounds or something. Like, it's sound activated at the moment. It's not a real face tracking, it's sound tracking. So imagine if I do this. See, if I'm knocking on something, it detects the sound and it starts moving my mouth. So that's a little problem that I have with the sound sensitivity, but that's how the program works. I don't have the, like this program for PNG tubing, it doesn't do face tracking. It actually just does sound activation. But generally in campaign, the sire wants them to help him pay back his debt, but he also needs them to protect his business and deal with the mafia families in the city. Once all that is completed, he will release them from him. He would do it himself, but he is required at court to deal with rival nobles. So he's just too lazy. Yeah, you can do my my shitty job, and then I'm gonna sit back and relax and deal with the nobles. But if that's the case, could you then, because there's rival nobles, right? Could you then work with the rival nobles to sabotage him? Or are you obligated to help him? Like, imagine if you make a deal with another noble to counteract the effects of the first deal. Because if the sire is dead, then he can't go collect his debt anymore, and his territory will be overtaken by another noble, probably, right? Like an enemy, the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of situation. That's the short of it. Ah. So rarity checks, common, uncommon, value, exotic, mythic, D column, E column. And then I have to add my existing. Go to it. Up a little bit. If or B2 is or B2 is planned, switch common 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Something went wrong here.
all except the debt are all connected, even him deal with the rival nobles. He suspects the mafia families are being protected by one of his rivals, and while he does want the mafia destroyed, he also wants evidence of the nobles' involvement and using the mafia to ruin his business. Ah, so if I understand it correctly, then the... Oh, hi Tatsuya, thanks for the care package. If I understand correctly, in your setting, then the mafias are like the pawns, neutral pawns, and they can be used by any of the nobles to get their way around, right? How's it going, Jinn? Going pretty good. We're doing, for the plants and the ores, we're assigning difficulty checks based on rarity, and also saying which kind of skill check it is based on if it's an ore or a plant. And we're doing that all in Google Sheets. But once it works, that would be pretty nice. If B2 is a plant and D2 is rare, then it should be a medicine, survival, nature, skill stack, DC 14. No, I want it the other way around. Plant with rare is DC 14. Yeah, okay. Let's try this. If we insert this on this line, what is gonna give us? It's giving us an error. Why is it giving us an error? If we do it like this. There we go. That's what I want to see. DC 10, DC 12, DC 10, DC 14, 12, 14, 10, 12. That's a lot of 10s, to be honest. A few 10s, a few 14. There's nothing rare at the moment, so that's why there's no 16 or 18 yet. But just having the code work is what matters now, right? And then we can always change it later. There we go. Yeah, basically, Sire has to go to court to thwart that rival efforts, have him removed as well as aid his allies who are being politically assaulted, hence why he can't stay in the city and take care of the mafias himself. Ah. So, the soul collecting could be done totally separate from the mafias. It could be done through the mafias, or it could be done in direct service of the Sire, right? I'm guessing there's 3 ways to do it. Okay, something that helps against being blinded should be common, right? Something that helps against being charmed sounds more uncommon. Something that grants advantage against being deafened is probably also uncommon. Grants advantage against being frightened, fear, anxiety, that sort of stuff. Should be uncommon. Grants advantage against being grappled or restrained for 2 hours. That's probably rare. Like, it gives you a burst of strength, maybe. Grants advantage against being incapacitated. That should be, I think that should be exotic. User becomes invisible for 1 minute after eating this thing. That should definitely be exotic or higher. Like, invisibility is a very good thing. It should not be too easy to get. grants advantage against being paralyzed for 2 hours. I think that's pretty exotic as well, because paralyzed is pretty... Well, it could also be rare. Let's make it rare, because a lot of... There should be more enemies that can paralyze, right? Grants advantage against being petrified. I think against petrification it should be exotic. You have to do some pretty hard checks to get it. Grants advantage against being poisoned for 2 hours. Poison should be common. That's just, well, something you can get affected by. Step... How should I call this? Grants advantage against being knocked down, knocked prone. Soul collecting methods don't matter to the soul broker. If you bring him mafia guys, he'll take them. If you bring him innocent civilians, he'll take them. If you bring him lawmen, he'll take them. Yo, you know what would be super funny? If you bring him his own soul. If you somehow extracted or stole his soul and then present it back to him. Like that could be a fun twist power move. Like, sire, I'm willing to guess that this soul is worth more than the souls we owe you. Imagine just stealing his soul somehow. I think granting advantage of being knocked down. Knocked down is an effect that's very easy to do, right? Any creature can knock another creature down. So being resistant to it for 2 hours is pretty strong. So surprisingly, it should be exotic, I think, because it's such a common thing to be knocked down. Good luck since he's a devil. Hey, you know how it works with deals with the devil, right? Grants advantage against being stunned for 2 hours. Stunned. What do you guys think about stun? Does it happen often or not? I think it's mostly mind flayers that do it, right? Dream stem. But imagine inserting your VTuber character into a campaign like that. Oh. Well, for my character, I don't think I would fit in such a setting. Because even in my setting, I'm like, how do you call it? Like old generation devil. So, to explain, the world existed since a long time ago, right, on Mars, but in the past it was just strength and magic, but with technological advancements over the years and space travel and cyberpunk developments, devils had the chance to not just go for pure strength or magic or skill, right? But now they also have cybernetics to enhance their bodies with. So imagine you're being an imp. You were born an imp, like low strength, low magical power. But now you can maybe get cybernetic enhancements to make you more of a threat. There's also the biohacking thing, where you take substances that bioengineer or like mutate your body. So that adds more chaos to the world, right? Because suddenly those that were thought weak in the past are able to gain strength. But to gain strength, they're reliant on substance use or cybernetics. Once you go cybernetic, you're also liable to getting hacked or having your cyberware disabled, right? So you're more reliant on a system that preserves these kind of things. And then the whole mutation potion kind of thing, perhaps it has some kind of like addicting substance to it, or like addiction to it, or people want to keep using it to stay strong or stay in power because they don't want to lose it. And who benefits from all that? It's the corporations, because the corporations, they are selling the cyberwares or the cybernetics, or they are selling the mutating potions or like body enhancement things. So that's how they could, for example, keep control over a civilization through the use of substance or hardware, because the devils of the new age would be reliant on it. Meanwhile, I'm an ancient devil. I don't want cybernetics. I don't need cybernetics, nor do I need alchemic potions or whatever to strengthen myself. I'm just doing bartending stuff. So I'm an odd figure in this setting. I also feel like if I were to make a story involving my VTuber should not be allowed to be the protagonist, because essentially he's sort of more like a shopkeep or bartender that you could visit in the game. Soul Broker also runs a restaurant. All his employees are contract souls owned by him, but he does not take care of them. Catch all that? Wait, what do you mean with catch all that? Like the information you told me, or you mean me talking about my own situation as like Vtuber lore? Like if I were to make a cyberpunk game, I would make myself, like my Vtuber persona, I would make him the bartender, owning the bar. It's a neutral zone here. You don't fight in my bar. You can hang and chill. And once you leave the bar, you're on your own again. You can go fight whatever corpo or street gang you want. But inside these halls, I'm the master. The messages. Oh yeah. I think I received all of them. Yeah. You were talking about the Soul Broker. Runs a restaurant. All his employees are contract souls owned by him. But he does take care of them. Oh, he does take care of them. Sorry, I misread that. I thought earlier it said he doesn't take care of them. So he's but it does sound pretty close to yours. Could be, yeah. Although I think in my situation it's more the corpos that are in control and everyone else is struggling. And the danger of devilish corpos is that they won't die of old age, right? Because hey, they're devils, so they're pretty much around for forever. So that whole snowballing effect of capitalism is gonna be endless. Like in the real world, you got billionaires, right? But eventually that billionaire is gonna die. The money is gonna go to their children. Those children are gonna have children, so it spreads out over multiple people, right? Eventually, over multiple generations. And since those people buy stuff, it goes to those companies, the smaller businesses, perhaps a yacht, and the yacht workers, they have families as well, so they do grocery stuff with it, and hopefully it ends up spread among the people again. But now imagine if the billionaire never dies. He's just immortal. It's just gonna keep snowballing and get worse over time, right? And then you get late stage capitalism where everything is already owned by the old devils, or like the old generation, and then the young generation just has to pay rent and pay for things and have a shitty life with drug substance abuse and cyberware requirements to get certain jobs. That's pretty dystopian, right? For like well, it's pretty much cyberpunk, like the whole dystopian society with a lot of technology but not a lot of soul. Let's see. I was looking through the list again. Grants advantage against becoming unconscious, including magical means for 8 hours, so you can't be put to sleep. I think that should be rare. That should not be something you can use every day, right? Well, no. Let's make it exotic. Wormroot. Temporarily negates the effect of exhaustion for 24 hours. I think that should be rare. Grants acid damage resistance for 4 hours. That should be at least uncommon. Oh. Otherwise, people could always be throwing it through their food if it's just a table spice. The other bit with the Soul Broker, he has high price a wish list. People he wants to take alive and to be bound to his service. Think of it as high level adventurers, mercenary specialists. So he has an Amazon shopping list or wish list. He's in the market for them. He's bidding, trying to get it. I have followed you with great interest. What could I do for you? But it comes at a price. Like he's there when they fall, so he can offer a deal pretty much, is what I'm guessing. Getting those for him would be a serious boon for him. Would they count as more then? Wait, does he have a bounty list then? Like a bounty list of like, oh, this soul is worth 10 normal souls, or this soul is worth 100 normal souls. So he could go after the individual small time souls that only count for 1, or for the 10, or for the 20, or for the 100. Okay, so it's like a bounty hunting system. Hey, that's pretty cool. Just like those bounty hunters you see in TV programs in America, where they are civilians going after certain individuals who still owe a debt or have some trouble. Like a loan shark as well, almost. You're sort of like a mix between loan shark and bounty hunter. Imagine you have a soul pawn shop. I want 500 for this. Best I can do is 100. Let's see. Gain advantage on wisdom perception checks for 30 minutes. So it heightens your perception. And also only 30 minutes, it's not a lot. Detect creatures within 60 feet that are making noise or are moving, even through walls. Okay, the light blue moss should definitely be common, I think. Heals 2d4 plus 2 hit points. Pretty much just a regular potion. Grants protection against detection, magic, or skills. Should be rare, I think. Grants protection against scrying for 24 hours. Should be exotic as well, at least. Prior to the campaign, your sire took out a loan of souls to help him deal with the vampire rival. Soul Broker lost some very good the Soul Broker lost some very good fighters and wizards to kill that vampire. The debt was going to be 5,000 souls, but after losing those fighters and wizards, it rose to 20,000. You gotta, I guess you're gonna have to corrupt some very high-level paladin kind of character that's worth like 1,000 souls. just to be able to dent that. Wait, so question. If the souls are currency pretty much, right, in this situation, is there an interest rate? And what is the interest rate? Is it like 1% per year that it increases, or is it gonna be like 8% interest rate per year? No interest rate? No interest rate? Nah, he can do better. Like a real loan shark, a real devil with like a capitalistic mindset should definitely add interest rates. Like, hey, you better hurry it up because if you're not gonna solve it, I'm gonna get more souls out of you. Like, for devils and demons, since they are like almost immortal or long-living species, there's that song, right? Time is on their side, or time is on my side. Like that song, it's from a movie that I recognize, and in that show, the devil had all the time in the world to do his thing, right? So, since time is on his side, then so are interest, right? Because if you're not gonna pay up, it's just gonna keep getting higher and higher, and that's in the benefit of the devil. So I'd say that it would probably benefit it. Getting souls is pretty difficult. You can't kill the person, you have to bring the person to him so you can force him into a contract. So if we were to reverse engineer it, let's see, how long would this campaign take to get the 20,000 souls? Like, if you were to say like, oh, it takes a year, or it takes 2 years, or 10 years, like what kind of time would you give the party to get those 20k souls? Because we can reverse calculate that if you want to add like a interest system to that. For example, let's say if the number was 20k, maybe a few years, but campaign start, the sire had taken off half of the debt. Players take the other half. Wait, if the number was 20,000, maybe a few years, but campaign start. Wait, so they're only... so they have to get 10k souls or 20k souls in this situation? So let's say... oh, 10k souls then? Okay, so you need 10k debt in, what, 5 years? And let's imagine an interest rate of... what is it? %3 per month. How much was the debt in year 0? It's calculating for me. Okay, ad started a bit there, but it was only 5 seconds. Oh, really? Yeah, I do have a warning at the top of my stream where It should warn you when the ads are ongoing and when they're coming in, so you could always snooze if necessary if you're in the middle of a talk. So, imagine you have a depth of around this souls. I'm gonna type it out for you in chat. With interest rate of 3% per month in 5 years would equal around maybe it's a little bit high. Let's change it. Let's make it, for example, 1% interest rate per month over 10k in year 5. How much would... I know many streamers have those, but I still notify regardless. Yeah, thank you very much, man. It's super helpful to know when you're able to listen in or not. Generally depends on what souls they bring in. If common folk, they count as one. Definitely, yeah. How much would it be? Would the depth be in year 0? Currency in... Okay, I got an idea for you. So, you start the campaign as an idea with this amount of debt, with an interest rate of 1% per month in 5 years would equal around here. I wrote it out. So 5,497 souls in depth with an interest rate of 1% per month in 5 years would equal 10,000 if I did it correctly. So if they, but it does change the effect, because if they are able to pay off 1,000 in the first year, then that's a very good start, because that really chunks. Like, the earlier you start paying off, the less interest you pay, right, on these kind of systems. If, say, a level 20 adventure, then possible 1,000 or 2,000. Oh. Anyway, it's an idea. You could also put it lower, like, oh, maybe it's like a 3% per year rate. We can calculate it. What if instead of 3% per... Wait, what if instead of 1% per month, we take 3% per year? So imagine how many powerful fighters, wizards he lost to get that depth of 20k. Well, yeah, that would be like 10 to 20 powerful souls, right? If one of those... Well, depending if they're level 20. If they're like level 10, it would be even more, of course, because the value would be lower. I'm also gonna guess that it's gonna be exponentially more valuable. So if it's like linear in value, then you could say like, oh, a level 10 adventure would then be 500 to 1,000, right? But level 10 adventurers are more common, so their rarity suffers under that. So maybe if you're level 10, you're only worth like, I don't know, 200 to 700. But he could have, of course, exaggerated the depth out of anger. Oh, true. Oh, so this value is a lot closer, but it still gives you a growing number. Souls in year 0. With an interest rate of 3% per year. For 5 years would equal around 10k. Here, this is the other. If you are interested in interest rate, you could do something like this. Mathematically, though, I suck at math. So what you do is 8,626 souls. You do that times times 1.03, and that's what you get in year 1. And then if you do it again with the new value and you do another times 1.03, then it becomes the value for year 2. And if you again pick the new value, I can just make a table, I think. Give me the values per year. But if you're bad at math, then probably you shouldn't do that. Like I like these kind of systems, so that's why I go for it, because I think it's funny that the debt accrues over time, right? Oh, there it is. For year 0, it's 8,626. For year 1, it would be 8,884. For year 2, it would be 9,151. For year 3, it would be 9,425. Year 4 would be 9,708. And in year 5, it would be 10,000. But if they are able to pay off a lot of the debt in the initial years, then their debt would be a little bit lower. At best, I know addition, subtraction, and multiplication. Everything else I forgot. If you want to experiment and learn with it, I can definitely advise using Google Sheets, because with Google Sheets you can enter like formulas and how do you call it, like change values. You can make a formula like, oh, every year I pay up 200, and then it also, like the leftover, what I don't pay, gets increased by 3%. And then the next year, I'm gonna pay another 200, and it's gonna accrue another, 3%. And then that's how you can calculate stuff over longer periods of time. It's gonna be super useful as well if you're ever gonna calculate your mortgage and rent. If I had to, I'd likely use GPT. Yeah, well, I'll admit, I know how to do it manually, but I know it also goes way faster with ChatGPT. So that's why I use it. But I still make use of the formulas. Like, I ask ChatGPT, like, oh, can you make this formula for me so I can input it into Google Sheets, and then I work with it myself. Because if I have to code it myself, I'm not that good in coding, but I am decent at math. Well, math with an A, not with an E. If I had to, I'd like to use ChatGPT or ask my wife. Hey, congratulations, you have the wife. Or should I say condolences? I'm not sure. It could be either way these days. You have husbands that say like, man, life's over, I got a wife. I can't do the fun stuff anymore. But you also got people like super happy that they found a partner, right? So it's either congratulations or condolences. Wife is a numbers woman? Ooh. She does the finances. Oh, maybe I should add some normal ores as well to the list, like just regular iron ore. She does check with me sometimes, but I trust her. Hey, that's the type of relation that you want. Good on you for having it, man. A lot of people are jealous of you. They want it, but they can't find it. Okay, so let's add another one. Insert one row above. We call this iron. Yes, it's an ore. Yes, very regular ore. Where do we find it? In the mountains or underground? Is it uncommon? No, it's very common. If or wait, should I add another ore in here? So if I add another ore, crystal. Nope, it does not work. Let's see. Crystal. Let's see if this works. No, 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 no. see if this helps. That does help. Nice, we can upgrade it. Well, visually it stays the same, but now it also reacts to... so before, it only reacted to ore, right? But not everything is an ore. There's also gems and crystals, right? Or fossils. So by entering that into the formula, then now it would also react to that. So now we can also add fossils to the list. Do I want it for plant as well? So I can specify if it's like moss or mushroom. It's probably unnecessary. Just plant is plant, right? Let's see, she's actually 14 years older than me, but she still manages to act younger than me, which has earned the ironic nickname Old Man. Oh, earned me. Wait, Old Man? Wait, are you the old man or is she the old man? But generally in that campaign, even after finishing the debt and being released, I intended the Soul Broker to be a recurring support character for the players. They bring him more souls, they can buy things from him in exchange for the souls they already bought him. Like a bank account, but with devils. I am the old man. Ah, okay, you're the old man. What's that word in Japanese again? Man, Ji-san. I think that's how they call it, right? In Japanese, to call someone an old man. Well, usually it's more used for the father, right? Because I think it comes from OG-san. Let's see. So we got this sorted out. We definitely increased the rarity of the ores. Because I thought some of the ores were pretty strong. So now you need... I don't know. For some reason, a DC check for a permanent upgrade like an ore seems kind of easy. But since you need like 2 ores for... What is it? Like, yeah, you need 2 ores for 1 ingot. And you need like 5 ingot. That means you have to get around 10 ingots for 1 piece of armor. But then you also need the pants, of course, because hey, a full set of armor isn't just a chest piece, like a breastplate, but it's also leg armor. So that could add another 4. So you could say that you need, for 1 piece of armor, from that magical effect, you would need 18 ores for 1 armor set. But since you're playing together with like 5 other people, and the other people might want that armor as well, so that's 5 times 18. 5 times 18 is quite a bit. But think of a secondary currency in your game. Buy things with coins and can buy things with souls. Oh, yeah. And if wanted, convert souls to coins. It's the crypto. It's the devil crypto. Yeah. They use soul coins. Yes, soul coin, the new crypto from straight out of hell. Because the devil has no use for earthly money, right? Imagine if a soul coin then would work similar to how John Wick's gold coins work. Don't know if you'd call it crypto. Well, yeah, I guess you can't really mine for it. What other name could you imagine for it? Soul gems could also be interesting. Like it contains the soul of someone who died or something. One soul is 100 gold. Ah. Well, you did say they want people alive, right? So I guess a soul gem wouldn't really work unless you put the soul gem into some robotic or golem body so they can still work for you, even if their mortal body passed away. Oh, wait, let me mute for one bit. One moment. Where's my... Oh, there's my mic. I'm gonna mute for a bit. One moment. Alright. But in reverse, 1,000 gold is... Wait, 1,000 souls is 1 gold? Wait, huh? Generally, 1 soul, if you trade in a soul, you get 100 gold. But 1,000 golds get you 1... Oh, okay, so, yeah, okay, I get it now. I was getting confused, like, 1,000 gold is 1 gold, huh? But I'm guessing you mean 1,000 gold is 1 soul. Yeah, sorry, I was a little bit slow on the uptake there. So, I'm thinking this out loud, right? 58 ores. How much ores would 1 prospecting grant you then, in that case? I think 1 or 2. Like, imagine you go prospecting, and I make them roll for... if they find any special ores, right? And they succeed the check. How much do they get? How much ores do they get? I don't think I should only give them 1 ore, but I also should not give them too much, right? So I think 1 or 2 ore random would be nice for a successful check. 2 ores. 2 ores can work. Because 2 ores would be equal to 1 ingot, and you still need 9 ingots, right? For probably a full set of armor. And then you need another ingot for a weapon, or maybe 2 ingots if it's a great weapon. And since you don't just want to make armor for 1 person or 1 weapon, you might want to dual wield it, or maybe someone maybe wants a greatsword and the other one wants a mace. Depends on the ore vein. Yeah, I think how I'm gonna do it is that I'm gonna add a randomizer to it. So I'm gonna make a macro eventually where I just activate the macro. I say what region we're in, and then based on the region it says if it is plant-based or if it's how should I say this? Size and purity of ore, I think matters to... Oh, yeah. But to keep it simplified, I don't want to add 3 types of ore per type, right? I don't want to say impure ore, normal ore, pure ore. I think the purity should be translated to quantity. So, for example, if I say pure, it's the value of 3 ores. If it's contaminated, or like unpure, it would be equal to 1 ore. right? By just adding a number to it. I think that should work. And that's just random assigned, right? They just have to be lucky. And let's see. The terrain. No. Purity is more like what percent of the ore you want is in the chunk, because you can get the other minerals mixed in. Oh yeah, I know. But like, I think it is best if I do it this way, because otherwise if I'm gonna have to do percentages and then say like, oh, this is 50 grams of this, or this is 100 grams of this, then it's gonna slow down the campaign. So I do want to have some in-depth systems in the game, right? But I don't want it to take too long. If I'm gonna be spending 10 minutes just calculating how much ore they got, then it's a distraction, right? But if they say like, oh, we want to prospect the land and we want to get some resources out of it, then I can say, okay, you're in a jungle environment and you want to do, what is it? Maybe plants or something like herbalism, that sort of stuff. Okay, roll this value. And if they roll that value in that tile, which is jungle, then depending on how high they roll, they get resources randomly assigned based on luck. If it's like 1, 2, or 3 ingredients or amounts of ore. And then you can solve that kind of thing within like 1 minute or 2 minutes. And then you can focus more on the story again. But still, it would help them on the long term. Maybe think of what one ore chunk weighs and what can be made with that chunk. Oh yeah, we already got a table for that. So, let's see, I can pull up the table again for the forging. Where is it? Crafting requirements, here we go. For example, a light armor set would take 3 ingots and 2 units of leather/cloth. Medium armor would be 4 ingots and 4 units of leather and cloth. Heavy armor would be 5 ingots and 6 units of leather/cloth. Suggest showing on stream. Oh. Yeah, but I can't really show it because then I'm spoiling the map because it's within Roll20, right? Although... Wait, let me... If I turn this off... I could go to a different tab so you can't see... Yeah, we can go to the test zone. So it won't spoil whatever the world map is. The test zone is just me testing stuff out, right? And let's see, window capture. And then I set it to properties, Chrome, this one. Okay. Oh, there we go. We can make it a little bit smaller, probably. This should be fine, right? I'm not sure how readable it is, but this is what I got at the moment in a table inside Roll20. So this is also the map type that I want to use. As you can see, it's like I'm going with a very map style, not readable. Hey, Etherat, how you doing? How it goes? It goes pretty well. We're just working on D&D stuff, and I'm showing a little bit off now on the style that I'm using. So as you can see, this map style is very simplified. It's very grid-based, but I can say like, oh, this is a temple, or oh, this is a dungeon, or this is a castle. Having the visual simplified like this does help me in trying to minimize the storage uses, because Roll20 only gives me 100 MB of storage space, and by using these elements I can just move things around. So if I go to the map layer, I can just grab this. Like this is just a straight piece. This is just a window piece. Or this is just a corner piece like this. I can move things around however I want. Like if I don't want, for example, this lava piece, and I just want a pitfall instead of the red thing, I could put something else down. But by combining those pieces, I'm making maps like in a very modular way. What were you doing? You were last playing Warframe. Oh, were you playing Warframe today? Also, excuse me, I got a cough. But yeah, this is how we're gonna do it, and they can walk around then, and I'll share the visuals. Or I can make a map, then compress it down to KB size while still keeping the resolution and quality. Well, the problem with that is that if I compress it, that the resolution will also worsen, right? So with this one, I can make infinite dungeons. Like, I can put pillars wherever I want. I can put half pillars wherever I want. I can put the staircase wherever I want. I can make this grand design, and it's only puzzle pieces that I'm using for it. The modular structure works great for indoor settings. Definitely, yeah. And I also got, let's see, where's my regional map assets? There we go. I also got things like this. It is a little bit small to see maybe, but it is supposed to be like a castle kind of thing. And I can just put this on the map in game. And later on, if it's destroyed, I could like remove it or put some other ruin icon there. So this is what happens if you do it modular. You do have to build it within Roll20, but once it's built, it's also very malleable, that you can keep changing things. The setting with pre-made maps that you import is, once it's there, you can't change it anymore. Like if I can say like these black things, these things could be trees, for example, in an outdoor setting, or they could be pillars in an indoor setting. But I was talking about the crafting list here, right? I'm not sure how readable it is. Probably not very. But yeah, that's the idea. It's like, oh, you need ingots and you need leather or cloth to make something, right? Light armor, medium armor, heavy armor, a helmet, heavy weapon / tool, small weapon / tool, medium weapon / tool, arrow tips. That one is different. Like 1 ingot gets you multiple tips. One of my maps I made, its original file size was around 80 MBs. I compressed it down to 7 MBs. The quality and resolution was unaffected. Hey, that's very good. I have no idea how I would compress something like that. Although, if I look at the storage that I'm using up on Roll20, so far it's only 50 MB. And the world map is already in there. All the necessary icons is in there. I'm also putting the text files, but I don't think the handouts cost any storage space. And if I look at the icon things that I picked, they're very, very small. Where is it? Pixel icons. The pixel icons. Like, I would not put these on the map, right? But look at this. This is just an image for a file. And it just looks like a little mountain thing. But this one is not on the map. This one is purely for document icons. I'll join the server and send you the link. Oh yeah, you can put the link probably then in the show off channel, so you other people can also find it. In my Discord, I have a specific channel where people can share links or can share images or share photos or trailers or whatever, and it's in a thread style, so it's more manageable than if it's just a long piece of text. Oh, Asteroid wants to know which site you are using for map making. Let's see, I'm gonna close some of these folders. Yeah, I even have a map effect for something like this. Like if it's a cracked floor, for example. Probably doesn't look too well if it's on top of the pillars, but we can change the let's see, bring to front, send to back. Then we click these. And then we send that to back. Send to back. Send to back. There we go. Now we got a cracked floor. So this could, for example, give the illusion of, hey, it's not very sturdy to walk here. If you walk here, it might collapse. Something like that. I have no specific plan for this region. This was just to showcase what something could look like. Like maybe it's just this corner where the floor could collapse, and if they have like a pickaxe or something to break the floor with, they can maybe drop down the floor from here. See, I use Dungeon Draft or Wonder Draft offline program. Hey, that's good. I always love the offline programs, especially if it's not service based. If you can keep using it offline, that's the best one. Buy once, use forever. Never heard of those, but I'll look into them. Thanks. I'll have to wait a bit to post link. There's a wait time before I can... Oh, because your Discord is probably not linked to like a cell phone number or that sort of stuff. It's like, how do you call it? Like an anti-bot system or anti-raid system, right? Because sometimes you have those annoying people that just go into your server and then spam links or spam 18 plus things, and then you have to go clean it up, right? I never had it happen on my server, but that's also because I have these things in place. Burrowing monsters could be there. Absolutely true. That could also work very well. I also have some combat effects that I made. For those who played Final Fantasy, you might recognize it a little bit. Like I have a targeting system here. Like, oh, this is gonna hit in... Imagine there's a turn order, right? And then I can add an area attack as a turn order thing. That is gonna happen in one round, right? So everyone that stands here has to get out of that space within one round, or that attack is gonna hit that space. It's like a delayed attack. Instead of like immediate attacks where you can't respond to it, if I do this where there's a delayed effect, where it says like, oh, this is the danger zone here, this is where the fireball is gonna impact, then you got 6 seconds in game time to get out, which is one turn, right? I just private server channels, ties roles to for reaction via Discord bot. Oh yeah, I did that as well. I got the 10-minute cooldown thing, and I got the role react to agree to service or terms, and then you can assign your own roles for stuff as well. It might not be the easiest way to get in, but once you're in, it's very unlikely to encounter bots. I did happen. The people that still get in are the scam artists, because those are just humans trying to DM you and scam you into paying money and then getting shitty work, right? But yeah, as you can see, we got some radio effects. We have a blue one, we have a red one. Like, imagine I say like, oh, this is gonna hit next turn and this is gonna hit the turn after. Then you know you can stand in the blue, but you can't stand in the red, right? Because otherwise you're gonna take damage from it. There is also another effect that I made. This one. I like this effect in Final Fantasy so much. So this effect targets one person, but the damage that they will be taking is so big that you need to split the damage. That's how it works in Final Fantasy, right? So whenever you see this symbol on the tank, what you do is you stack on top of each other, or you stand next to each other, so you distribute the damage. If there was one person, that one person would be taking 40 damage. If there's two people there, each person takes 20 damage. If there's 4 people there, each person takes 10 damage. And then of course they can still use damage mitigation on it to further decrease it. But I thought that is such a cool effect. I want to use that. So that's why I added the Final Fantasy 14 effect. Although it's probably not gonna play a role in a long time. This one, this is a tank buster symbol from Final Fantasy 14. If this thing is on you, prepare for major damage. Like if you have any type of magic armor or skill effect that mitigates damage, you definitely want to use that. Or if you're low health, definitely get healed up before this thing impacts. Of course they can still fail their saving throw, but know that it's dangerous. Of course we also have vision cones, as you can see. Like someone standing in the corner, and then we can do this. So they know like, oh, which tiles are in the blast line, which aren't. We got knockback, as you can see. So in the center, the enemy would be, for example, and then if you're in this zone, you get knocked back out of the zone. So this is how the enemy would displace you, probably, like shock wave you away from him, which is probably against melee users. Or perhaps he could use it at the end of a surface, so he could knock you off a platform. We also got the double lane. Imagine 2 lasers coming in, and then you have to stand in between them, just not to get hit. But this is definitely more raid mechanics. We got the donut. With the donut, you either have to stand inside it or outside it. Usually that thing is like quite bigger though. It's like this maybe. So if you're standing close to the enemy, you're safe. If you're standing far away from the enemy, you're safe. But if you're in the mid distance, you're gonna get attacked. There's also line pushback. Instead of radial, this one is just in one direction. I put so much attention on these kind of things, even though that might just be relevant in like higher level play, like level 8, level 10, 12, where it starts to matter. If they are fighting like a spellcaster. But hey, it's nice to already have the combat effects, right? I just feel like mobility in D&D usually doesn't matter that much, right?
Because hey, you take your position, the melee fighters stand next to the enemy and just keep whacking every turn. But now imagine if there's like these kind of things that happen every round, then suddenly you have to move away, move closer again. Even the casters that are standing far away would still have to move around a little bit or take cover. So mobility becomes a little bit more important. Notice an error in the server? Uh-oh, what happened? Phone verification can be bypassed since bot creators can simply tie their number to it or even use SAM phone number. Oh, yeah. What's the error that you noticed? Let me know. Is it a spelling error or... You can send messages in the rules after clicking checkmark. Wait, after clicking checkmark? Let me double check that. Edit channel. Permissions. Everyone is allowed to view the channel.
Hey there, demons. It's me, your boy.
Your boy! Hi, Botan. How you doing? If you want me to prove it, I'm trusting you on that one. I'm just trying to figure out how that is possible. Edit category, permissions. Edit channel. Because if I look in the edit channel, oh, should I do this? Private channel? Or does it just make it invisible at that point? Everyone can view the channel, and everyone can read history, and everyone can wait, if I save it like this. So just editing permission for this role. Member. Huh, that's the first time I'm seeing this. Edit. Let's see. Okay. Edit channel. If I look at the permissions for this channel, we gotta turn it into view and read message history. And that's it. Check rules. After that, I'll select message. That's weird. Did they change the system? Turn off send message. Let's see. Send message sent. Where is it? Save changes. Is it changed now? Let me delete this message. Let me know if it's fixed now. Yep, it's fixed. Oh, thank you so much, man. I should probably check. Could you check if the other, like the roll channel, if that one is also being weird, or if that one does work? I think the other. Oh shit.
I moved something. Oops. I think the rest should be fine. But weird, funny enough, no one ever made use of that. In all this time, everyone was well behaved. But what are you up to, Botan? Are you playing any games? Last doing Pansu Hunter back to the 90s. I have never heard of that game. Wait, I want to look that up. Pansu Hunters. Do I dare look at it? It's a very old school anime style. What's the goal of the game? Back in the 90s is an adventure game with a point-and-click element with a risk of shift loss. That tells a story about a guy. Yes. Share a heart-to-heart talk. Watch a movie together, take a bath, remove a computer virus, help a girl in a tough spot, and if you're lucky, find the love of your life using the color and patterns of her panties. This game tells the story about a guy looking for love, renovated in a nostalgic 80s to 90s anime style. Aha. Oh yeah, it is a very old school style. When did this game came out? 2019? Oh. They definitely have that old style, but why the focus on the pantsu though? Oh no. What is that other title? Stuck at home with my sister. What kind of game title is that? Interesting. Very cultured. If intended, can't message in roles. Wait, if intended, can't message in roles. Welcome, commission me, game list, voting, notifications, and friends going live. That should make sense, yeah. Because those are just for clicking on stuff, right? Like roles, you click on your roles. Welcome is just a welcome message. Commission me is an information bit. Although I have to change that because I'm moving to VGen. Game list voting, that should be a link, I think. Notifications is also just to click on stuff. Friends going live is also just to click on stuff because it's automated, right? Yep. But yeah, this is pretty much the style for most of the dungeons and people moving around. So it could be like an underwater castle, or it could be the palace, or a dungeon, or a cave. I'm just gonna use these assets, and then you have to rely more on your imagination and your description, or like your narrative skills to give it a theme, right? But in case you haven't noticed, I'm an experienced admin. Oh, nice. I tried making Discords multiple times before, but yeah, so, since you're doing it alone, sometimes things slip by your attention, right? Although I do have some people with. Do I have people with the role? I thought I had people with the role. Nope, I have bots and I have VTubers. Like, there are people with the VTuber role on my on my Discord, and that allows them access to certain channels if I want to collab with them. That's the only thing. We don't really use anything super complicated besides that. Let's see. We got the floors, we got the walls. We also got some other icons. So I got, if you want to showcase something on the map, right? You want to show like, hey, there is something of interest here. I'm using this system for that. So I'm just putting down an icon there, or I can say like, hey, there's something of interest here behind this pillar, or you can investigate something here, or there's a light source or a fire over here, or this is not visible for other people, but this is more for myself, that I could say like, oh, I can double click on this, and then I can have GM notes here where it says like, oh, this is a pit of water and you have to do a DC 12 check to jump over the pit of water, like something like that. But that's more something for me because this is on the GM layer. There is also traps. So for example, this is a trap, right? So on the GM layer, I would probably put this down so that if people walk over it, I can just read what happens if I prepare it in advance, like blah, 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 blah. He falls down into a spike trap. You take a little bit of damage, but you walk it off. Something like that. Another interesting thing is, because this is very much perception based, right? I could also use this icon to say like, oh, you hear something. Like you hear dripping on the wall, or you hear the winds in the tunnel, or you hear chattering behind the walls, as if they're like rats, or maybe they're spiders or some other creature. I can use this icon as like a sound bar, sound spectrum icon, like, hey, you're hearing something or you're seeing something. And this way I can just already add these kind of icons on the GM layer in advance. So later on during the session, I can just go through them as they pass them. And then it becomes more interesting, I hope. We'll suggest, if you haven't added it yet, staff channel, only visible and accessible to admin, mods, and server owner. Oh yeah, I have that. I have a just like how I have a test room here for Dungeons and Dragons, I also have a test room on my Discord for Discord related stuff, also for bots and things to test stuff out. So that's the icons that I have. But yeah, hopefully that does give some points of interest on the map using these kind of things, so it isn't just an empty map. I have no idea how to add chairs though, like how I would integrate that. But yeah, that's pretty much it for mapping. I should close this again. Okay, where was I? I was working on the rarity of stuff. Let's see, silk, rare. It's very exotic. Burlap is common, silk is rare, linen is Another channel, since you're a D&D streamer, TTRPG resource channel. Basically, people share very useful links to videos, tutorials, D&D sites, map making sites, programs, token makers, maps, and name generating. Let's see. I think there is a D&D role, right? I think. Yeah. So we have a D&D general role, and we have a, let's see. This one is yeah. We have two types of D&D roles. One is the general D&D role for people interested in D&D, which leads to the D&D general channel. And then there's also the hidden channels, which is behind D&D campaign party, which is limited to people who actually join in on the game. If they are inside the server, that is. Just to keep things separated. But I'm also a very small VTuber, right? So what I also figured is that I didn't want to make my server too big. So you have like 60 empty channels and people barely talking in it. Because I'll be honest, I'm mostly using Discord just to have people show me stuff. Or if I'm showing stuff, like sharing stuff. Mostly in the show-off channel. If I'm posting a meme once in a while, viewer suggestion doesn't really happen that much. I'll say, and yeah, mostly the VC lobbies for if I'm doing collabs. Like if general was more active, I would probably start thinking about adding more channels to it because that means people love talking about it, right? But if it's just gonna be empty lines and empty rooms, then I figure I should not make too many channel rooms, right? I guess I could put them in show off. Yeah. Oops, I dropped something. Let's see, in show off, do we have anything D&D related in show off though? Let's see, we have art, 3D, gameplay, trailer, pep tags, music, food, review, miniatures. Yeah, we already have the D&D tag inside it. So you should be able to tag it as D&D. Oh, care package. I'm out of water.
I should get some.
I'm gonna put my screen on be right back as I'm getting water. Because I'll be right back. Okay, see you in a bit. I should be back. For some reason, the V-roid back screen layer is not automatically lowering or disabling. So I have to manually do that. Let's see. I saw your map post. All these maps I created, they weren't made by other people or AI. AI does crappy maps anyway. Even a kid can do better than AI. Programs use Incarnate, MS Paint, MS Paint 3D, pre-installed in Windows, Campaign, Cartographer. Oh. You want to see what kind of maps I tend to make? Also, I'm eating stuff. So I can't show you the thing for the current campaign, right? But I did make maps before. And what I use is Photoshop and Illustrator. Let's see, Windows, Capture, no. Image, yes. Properties, Browser. Where's my old D&D file? Photoshop is way beyond me in art skills. Ah, yeah, understandable. It does take some time to understand, right? Wait, Dungeons and Dragons. That's the character images, Vtuber world. Where did I save the old file though? Yeah, there it is. Dungeons, Dragons, D&D work, D&D cartography. This is gonna be a big file though. Does that load? It does load. Okay, so this map is way too big. And I'm gonna have to make it a little bit smaller. Also, I'm gonna be cutting off a little bit of the map so I don't dox myself, right? Image, properties. These are the type of maps that I make. So you can see that they're very stylistic. And it shows some roads, it shows some mountains, kingdoms, sea routes, shallow seas, and deep seas. As you can see, this is the stuff that I tend to make. I'm still impressed how I managed to get that done. Over here, especially with the sea, with the patterns. You can even see the bridges over the water, like the thickened black lines around the pad line. But yeah, those are like stuff that I did in the past, pretty much. Unintentional, around 23k by 23k and 131 MBS. And what skill was it? Oh, sorry. On what skill was your map? Was it like a regional map? Or was it like a continent map? Or the entire world? It's a mega dungeon, an apocalyptic mall. Oh, hey, that's such a cool idea. Sorry, I'm eating, but... So... I'm guessing it's gonna be multi-floor. You have giant walkways in the center. And then a lot of like back passages as well, like staff rooms, storage rooms. I think they have a map of a storage mall in Project Zomboid, like a giant mall, right? I'm guessing it's modern setting or future setting maybe. I like your last map. The, what is it, the province? We have different regions. Let's see. Skill-wise. Let's see, 1, 2. Okay, it seems that for that province map, between most cities, there's at least 2 or 3 towns, right? It makes sense. I'm playing a hex crawl, so I put the towns much further apart from each other and not as many. So sometimes they're like 8 days into the wilderness before they encounter another town. It has roughly 3 or 4 subsections. It has one has 5 floors, another has 6 floors, and the last one, I don't know. The map with the castle, trees, etc., that's a country. Ooh. Wait, that's a country? So, let's see. So the things are just border watchtowers, right? Border watchtowers. That's a lot of civilization, though. They've been around there. But that's really impressive. Interesting shapes as well. So for my setting, I didn't work out the borders at all. So you just know if a town is within a kingdom or not. But outside of the towns, the forests, the hills and whatnot, there's a lot of unchecked territory. So they purely have like settlements, and civilization is only in those settlements. But if you go outside there and you travel like 2 days south or 2 days west or east or north, there's nothing. Like there's just forests and wastelands, or maybe some secret dungeon, but I definitely didn't want to have the dungeons inside the towns or very close to town. Like I figured having a good dungeon or a good cave with like a lot of danger could still be like 1 or 2 tiles away from a town or city, right? Surely you can have political struggles and like assassins in the city, but if I want to do kobolds and giants and that sort of stuff, I feel like their territory should be big enough that you rarely encounter them instead of always encounter them. For example, if 1 hextile would be 8 hours of travel, then the world would be pretty small. So that's why I turned that 1 hextile is 1 day of travel. That's a lot of kilometers you're traveling through. It's like, so in the Netherlands, wait, I can just show you the towns in the Netherlands. Where is it? Close this, and then window capture again. If I were to look for towns, Netherlands, map. Like you can you see it clearly? Not really. I'm gonna have to improve that a little bit. Get a good view. Yeah. So you can see that a lot of stuff is very close by each other because the Netherlands is a very small country, right? Compared to the world. But I wanted to make something more special. So if I were to look for example, Europe, towns, map. Like, look how many towns there are. Like, it's full of text, right? This is definitely civilized society. If you go to Africa and you look at this map, for example, ResearchGate. Yeah, accept. Here you can see that in the whole of Africa, towns are much further apart. If you want to travel from here to here, that's quite a lot of wilderness where there's no other settlements, or maybe some loose houses or like farms, but definitely a big travel from point A to B, right? That is probably gonna take multiple days if you're traveling on foot. These days with cars, it's more manageable, but you can definitely see there's, even though this is an entire continent, how little towns there are visible on this map. So I wanted to imitate this kind of distance within my world, where you actually have to travel multiple days to get somewhere, like to another settlement. Like it's like 1 or 2 days away from each other. If you can travel from one village to another village into within 1 day, then I feel like it's part of the same settlement, or I was thinking of that. But that's just specifically for my world. I want a lot of like wild lands or like untamed lands with dangers or sleeping evil, or crypts or dungeons of fallen civilizations. Like Lord of the Rings, for example. In Lord of the Rings, they went for days without encountering any village or town, right? Because certain regions of the world are just not civilized, or like are not. It's not where people live. There's even that town in The Hobbit. What is it? Dale? Yeah, Dale was a village or a town in front of Erebor, but nobody lives there anymore. It's just a ruin. Same for Erebor. It got taken over by the dragon, right? And then you had the people living all the way down in Lake Town on the valley, where they still had a civilization. But it was the only civilization in quite a long distance. And the only one before that was the Elven Woods, which don't accept outsiders. Like, they got thrown into jail there. So that's what I mean with like great distances. Because a lot of things can happen if a world is uncivilized. Like maybe you encounter a bear or like wolves, or maybe a griffin flies in the sky and sees you as its lunch, or I don't know, maybe you encounter a giant anaconda, and those things tend to not occur if you're in modern society, right? Or like in a tight-knit society. For example, in the Netherlands didn't have wolves for a very long time because there was no room for wolves to grow, or how do you call it? There was no room for wolves to walk free, to procreate or whatever, because everything is built pretty much. Like there's towns, there's gardens, there is private space, there's fenced areas. A wolf would not survive here. If a wolf walked down the street here, he would probably get captured or shot or taken away. So for hundreds of years we didn't have wolves here at all. They all went extinct here. And it was only since like 3 or 4 years ago that the wolves all the way from Poland started going, like immigrating into Germany and then eventually go to the Netherlands. And now they're a protected species in like a nature park area. Hi, what are you creating for your world today? I am making a macro for calling upon a loot table, so I can decide what the players will get if they try to forest or prospect a piece of land. And then depending on if it's like a mountainous, underground, or in a forest, like a jungle or whatever, it gives different materials. And then they have to roll either survival or what is it? Survival, nature. What is it? Nature, survival, or what was the third one? Medicine for plants, or they have to roll for athletics, investigation, and perception, I think, if they want to roll for mining. And if they succeed, they could get like 1 or 2 chunks of ore, or they could get a few ingredients. Feel free to look at them on stream. Oh yeah. I usually don't show whatever I'm seeing on Discord on stream, because well, you can also see other stuff on Discord if I'm showing that, right? And I think it also shares the audio at that point. So usually just out of safety measure kind of thing, I tend to just usually don't really share things. Well, not show on screen what I can see on Discord, but I do see a very wide style of, oh, that's very cool. That's like game map style. Wait, you made that one? That definitely looks like a Zelda, like old school Zelda overworld, or maybe even Final Fantasy overworld. Like you can see that, oh, there's a cave over there, and if you go there, you might end up over there, and then you have to go around. That's really cool. Was that made in like a game engine or another software? Like the cool thing about the whole game asset vibe, RPG Maker. Yeah, the cool thing about RPG Maker is that you can make very fancy looking stuff, right? And I was considering that, But then I remembered, like, oh, if I'm gonna have to input all those assets, like, oh, a banner, oh, a window, a tower, and then maybe I need a ruined tower or a vine overgrown tower. Like, if I get very detailed visuals, then I also need to make alternatives for that, right? Like, oh, a broken tower or a vine overgrown tower or an evil tower with black stones instead of gray. And then if I would do that, then I would need alternative textures as well. So by adding more detail, you're also gonna need more storage area, right? But because I'm limited to 100 MB, I decided to go for the map style. But yeah, welcome Edwin. So hopefully you're having a good time. If you're into D&D, feel welcome to stay longer and talk about it. We have been going over different topics today. Going from plants to a soul broker setting with Mafia. We have been talking about ores, macros, and now also maps. And Xander's apparently making 4 video games with it. How easy is it to understand that system? Because I tried buying RPG Maker way back, and I was just very shitty at it. Also because probably I don't know any coding. Like, I could probably make the maps, I could make the visuals, and I could make the towns look appealing, but all the special effects of what occurs when, or when do you move from one map to another map, those are the things I couldn't make. Depends on the version you're using. Yo, that last one looks very cool. Like, I like the scribble-ish visuals. Also, that's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood on that altar. But yeah, I like the hand-drawn, but also the 8-bit. What is it? 8-bit, 16-bit kind of look. I think this is made with Copic markers. Like, if I look at the texturing of the tiles on that last picture, it looks as if it's hand-drawn with a Copic marker. I know that because I own Copic markers myself. There's RPG Maker MZ, MV, VX, Ace, XP 2000, and I think a couple of others. Let's take a look. Which one do I have? Steam, help me out. Steam, where are you? Steam, why aren't you opening? Steam web helper, a critical Steam component is not responding. The Steam UI will not be usable. Click here for more info. Okay, restart, Steam. Okay, no problem. All different versions have different features. But most of them is still Final Fantasy based, right? If I understand correctly. Like, if I want to make a side-scroller platformer type of game, I couldn't use RPG Maker for it, right? Ooh, apparently Paradox Interactive is having a publisher sale on Steam. What kind of games do they have? Stellaris, The Machine Age, Crusader King, Fate of Iberia, Northern Lords. Oh, it's mostly like city management type of games. The Laser and Legacy. I think I already got the games I think are interesting. Although there is also Prison Architect, which can also be interesting, I think. Let's see which version I have. RPG Maker, where are you? RPG. I have RPG Maker VX Ace. Yeah, I have VX Ace. Are there guides on the website? Baby steps or how not to burn yourself out. VX Ace is more code heavy. Oh, so no wonder I didn't understand it because I don't code. So what if you wanted to make like a Zelda type game where you just walk around and then press A and then swing your sword and then kill the entity and just move on? So not really like Final Fantasy where you go into a battle and then you do turn-based stuff. RPG Maker MV. Make your very own RPG like never before. What an intro. MZ is... Wait, MZ or MV? Also, I'm curious, do they keep reusing the same textures? Or is it still valuable to own all versions of RPG Maker so you can get the sprites? MC is better, it's essentially MV 2.0. Okay, let me look. RPG MZ. Oh, the price tag is also way higher. Oh, cool. It actually allows you to modify sprites so that it looks like they're talking. But it does seem that there's still like a turn-based combat system where you take turns, do your move, and then the next person takes their move. So it's not really like Zelda where you just have to walk around, right? Oh, it's from Kadokawa? I didn't even know Kadokawa owned that thing. Wait, let me look it up. So, can you use RPG Maker MZ to make a Zelda type game? If you want to make a Zelda-like game, you're better off using Godot or Game Maker Studio. RPG Maker is not good at all for real-time combat. Ah, okay. So yeah, MZ is mostly for turn-based combat, not active combat. MZ has layering, resize assets in program, preview movement paths, name who is talking in dialogue. Oh. So yeah, for me personally, I would prefer to have real-time combat, where you might have to dodge. How do you call those side-scroller games? I played it yesterday, Blade Assault. Hack and slash, I guess. RPG Maker hack and slash. Is that possible? The default RPG Maker is for turn-based stuff, but plugins exist to go beyond its capabilities. Ah, okay. So it sort of depends if you're like very dead set on using the RPG Maker system, or if you want to use Godot or like any of those other systems, huh? Anything is possible if you can code. Yeah, true. But sadly we can't. Well, I know the only thing I know a little bit about, and I still need help with that. Like whenever I'm using it, I still need to look stuff up, right? I can't do it from my mind. Is the whole HTML and CSS thing for websites. That's the only thing I ever tried making. I did make a mod for Stepmania though, but that was just a visual mod where it replaced visual elements. Also, reminder: never make your own game engine unless you're a masochist, right? Yeah. I think that's the thing that Bethesda did, right? Bethesda made their own creation engine, and you can see what happened with it. People do not like it. And it also is very... Well, there are people definitely dedicated to making mods for Oblivion and Skyrim and those kind of games. But it's its own totally different world, right? Plugins exist that can make it an ARPG, an isometric 3D RPG, a side-scroller, a tactic-based game, a racing game, or even full 3D. Like, the thing that I was thinking about that is always cool to make is a roguelite. Like, you have a starting hub, you pick your starter weapons, and then you go into the levels, and then you just try to get as far as possible, and then the levels are like randomized, right? Like sometimes you get the fire temple, or sometimes you get the air temple, and then it's like a Zelda-based thing. You have to get through to the end and pick your upgrades. Like that kind of stuff is interesting to me. Okay, we can close this tab again. What do I have to write down? I have to write down what I want to make. Where is it? So our current goal is to make a loot macro for Roll20 where it asks about the region the party is at, with the options being mountains, forest. Wait, I should not say mountain. Mountainous, right? Is what I should say. Mountainous. Yeah, a region of having many mountains. Yeah, that's the better way, because it's not a singular mountain, right? Mountainous, forest, jungle, underground, should I specify taiga? Arctic, swamp. Let's see, mountainous, forest, jungle, underground, taiga, Arctic, swamp, desert. What else? There was something else than taiga. What is that zone called again? I have to go look it up. Let's see. Not canyons. Tundra. I guess instead of Arctic, we could use tundra. another option underwater. Tundra. Water. Like we can look for sea, or we can look for, what do they call it? Like you have salt water, or what's the other word instead of salt water? Salt water, or the opposite of salt water. Brackish water. No. Fresh water. Is it called fresh water? Freshwater definition. Naturally occurring water that is not salty and suitable for consumption if clean or processed. Yep, that's the one that I'm looking for. Fresh water. Mountainous, forest, jungle, underground, taiga, arctic, swamp, desert, tundra, saltwater. I guess plains? Or like fields? Okay, so what I would type down is to make a loot macro for Roll20 where it asks about the region the party is at, with the options being mountainous, forest, and then based on that it will make a loot table with available botanica and ores in the location. Based on that, it will make a loot table with available botanica and ores in the location. With difficulty check for the associated skill checks. That is gonna be a huge pain to make, because making a macro like that, you have to make use of Roll20's coding system, right? It's probably not something I'm gonna do on stream though. We've been being busy for 4 hours as well, 4.5 hours. Let's see, plugins exist. It just depends on whose plugin you use, the animation, the mechanics you want to implement, etc. MV and MZ, you can make a game without any coding whatsoever, but it will be quite limited. Yeah. I do wonder, like, what kind of software. Wait, I can look that up. So, for example, the game Blade Assault. What game engine? Oh, it was made in Unity. That's pretty good. A 2D game through Unity. Alright, since we've been busy for quite a while, I am thinking of ending it soon and then probably sending you off to somewhere else.
because I'm gonna have to sleep over this idea of having the macro in Roll20. I'm not sure how to approach it yet, so I'm gonna have to brainstorm a little bit. We're attacking John. Ooh, is John streaming? What's he streaming? Raid channel. Oh, Kit Guns and Zaws. They're doing Warframe today. How do these work? Oh yeah, Jinn, Deadly Cheese, and DM. Nice. They're doing the modular weapon things. Yeah, let's go there. Let's see, let's start the raid. And then I'm gonna see you guys next time. John is streaming something totally different from D&D. This is Warframe, the sci-fi looter shooter ninja jumping around game. Before we go, don't forget you can still redeem your drink. There's a drink redeem. And it gives you stats. So over time you get better stats. And then once we add mini games to it, you can upgrade. So yeah, be mindful to... Ow! Be mindful that you can still order a drink. It's gonna be... Damn, you're beyond 100? Jeez, you're going towards level 200. That's a lot of stats. You have a lot of style, Yuki. You have 22 points in style. Damn, look at Mr. Fabulous here. Meanwhile, I'm in a cave. Yeah, it's just a little mini game that I added, and it says like cyberpunk inspired stats. But I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna end for now, so there won't be a sudden cutoff at the end of my sentence. I guess you can say I'm silent. Yeah, you're going for that SSS rank, right? Like DMC. But I'll see you guys next time. I'm probably gonna be streaming this again next Saturday until it's finished. But for now, I'm off. See you guys next time.